Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Look at that. This time I remember to open up the subtitles now. I remembered. Look at that. I'm good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about fart noises, right? I will always say this. And I will not remove the fart noises from my Opera GX. Ever. the fart noises stays, alright? So today, art time. Hi, Rogue. I wanted to add something here. I'm just gonna go straight into it. Don't worry about it. Let me just. I mean, this is our time. You know, it's totally fine. I believe I have everything set up. Even the redeems and stuff.
Hey, hello. You cannot understand. Where the subtitles?
Haha! It's open today. Hi, Rogue. So there's a few things I kind of want to change today. The eye, I don't know. I feel like the eye, I should change it. Kinda. I think the green is a little too dull, I think. Anyway, and it's just me, or is the face a little too dull? I wanted to add like a line on the snoot here, you know, like a golden line here, I guess. I kind of want to add it. Doing it because I don't know if Pinky is here. Oh, Pinky, I don't know. Can't tell, to be honest, but guess not currently, which is fine. It's okay. I open up subtitle. This time I remember. I have big brain. I have big brain. You know, let's go to substance real quick. I do want to update a little bit of things. Here. Oh, I didn't plug my heckin' tablet. I don't have enough USB, please. Okay, give me a second. No. 7, okay. I think it's this one. I don't know if I need to reopen Substance, to be honest. Let's hope not. Because I'm lazy. So this one is just the body color and the fur. I'm just doing it something very easy here. I'm basically just coloring and just slap some gold into it. or slap some shine into it, because I love shinies. I love shiny, I love spiky things. There. Also, I've been listening to some of the chill music today because honestly, before I started streaming, I was at the verge of just thinking like, hey, do I maybe want to get some sleep? Because I am feeling a little sleep deprived, but I'm here still. Don't know why last night I just couldn't fall asleep very easily. And even if I do, I'll just keep waking up multiple times, which is kind of weird. So, which is why I feel like a little sleep deprived. You might notice that I'm not as energetic as yesterday. Although yesterday must be a little different because thanks. Yesterday is a little different because I drink like a lot, and I mean a lot of coffee yesterday. So yeah, that might be a little different. Today's vibe is just gonna be probably very quiet. I don't know. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic a little bit. I need space. My table is a mess. my table is such a mess. Okay. Okay. I got everything. Let me just blink real quick. hope I don't need to reopen substance because I'm lazy. Here goes none. Seems to work so far. So you're saying that Kobolds was high on caffeine for the energy? Maybe I'm a little different from the other Kobolds. just a little different. I mean, I can get quite energetic even without caffeine, I think. But yesterday was a little... well, was a bit of an exception, I would say. Yesterday I had too much. Too little too much, alright, honestly. I think I had 3 cups of cold brew. It's like, Now that is truly caffeine. Okay, let me see. I want to add... look, where's the mirror function? I forgot. Oh, there it is, okay. On the gold layer, do I want to make it like as gold? Do I want to make it glossy? Is the problem? Is the question? Do I want to make it gloss? Yeah, this is the glow. On 2 different layers. Oh, glow is emission. Yeah, this is emission layer. Okay, this is emission layer with 2 different colors. Okay. Metal is here. So the glossiness is here. Yeah, okay. Need to remember. So I was thinking just adding a little line. Wait, why is this jank? Wait. No, I need to re-export this though. You know what? It's fine. Let's add a golden line on this. This is... I mean, this is as sight as it gets, I think. A noodle enhancement. Noodle enhancement, huh? Okay, and here. Just gonna cover it up here. Okay. So 1 line, even down here. So oh, then it will be easy than this one. Okay, let me just like cover this up. You're not seeing it because here, this layer is higher. Oh crap. This one thing that I'm afraid of is when I close the mouth and they don't really line up together. Which is a little bit scary, to be honest, but it's fine. It's fine. I trust. Let's just cover this up. Hi, Rocket. Oh, this doesn't line up at all, doesn't it? It's the delay. Sure. Oh, I found the problem. I forgot. It's not that bad. Good. I don't know if different places have different amount of delay in internet issues. I get it. I mean, look at me yesterday having internet issues over and over again. So yeah, hi.
Yep.
Hi, McLarge. How's the board? Oh my god, how's the board? I'm trying to update this one a little bit. Also, you might feel that I'm not as energetic. I'm a little sleep deprived. I was thinking whether if I want to stream today. I was like, no, I want to stream. I want to do something. You know that feeling. I want to do something. What the fuck? Didn't I not loop that one? No, I want to listen to more of that. Give me a second. Okay, let me loop this one for a little bit. And then I'll change music once I'm done. You do know the feeling? Yeah. So that's why I'm here. I was honestly thinking if I want, like, yeah. Don't know if I want to stream or not. I was thinking that, hey, maybe I could just go get some sleep or some shit. And then on the other hand, I was like, I don't think I kind of want to do that. I just kind of want to be here. I want to do stuff, but I also don't want to move. Got sunburned. Didn't you get sunburned back then as well? I mean, that was quite a while ago. If I remember correctly. So hope you speedy recovery for the sunburn. From yesterday? Oh god. I don't like getting sunburned. Getting sunburned is so painful. I don't really like... Is it weird for me to say that I don't like going to the beach? Is it weird for me to say that? Because I don't like the beach. The sea kind of scares me. The ocean scares me. And the sun is scary as well. I'd rather just go somewhere that's not under the sun. I would rather go somewhere that's not under the sun, you know? That would be great. But of course, if you do enjoy the beach, go ham. The beach is for everyone? True. Not everything is for everyone. A lot of things is not for everyone. So yeah. I was once so sleep deprived that I took a picture of a popcorn and I was laughing for an hour. That's the next level of sleep deprivation. Took a picture of the popcorn and just laughed for an hour. Hey, that's Kobold energy. You got that Kobold energy. Maybe you are qualified for being one. Would you like to join the Kobold army? Well, not army. We're not an army. We're just like a Kobold union. How about that? Do you want to join the Kobold union where you get to like dragons? I do live on the water and I do like seafood. Oh. I don't know what I like. I like lots of food. God, I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm adding it anyway. Okay, we're gonna add the glossiness to this one as well. Take it slow, be careful, don't overblow it. Oh boy. Oh, I don't want it on the noodle though. That's a little hard. It's okay, I can always remove it. Sleepy? Yeah. Yeah. I am very sleepy. Oh my god. I haven't done something like this detailed. Well, I wouldn't say detailed, but it's just like trying to do it slowly, go slow. Oh wait, why is that so jank? Okay, the base color looks fine. I think it's jank just because it's... Yeah, it's a polygon issue. Okay. And also it was dill pickle popcorn. It was actually really good. Damn. Isn't weird that I don't really like popcorn? I mean, I like chicken popcorn, but I don't like the... You know, the popcorn they eat in the cinemas. They have like some sort of a... It has a lot of hard shells that I don't like biting into them. It gives me goosebumps. Yeah. Cheesecake. Hi, cheesecake. Sounds like the best girl could use head pads. Oh my god. Why are you nutting me to death? I've been nut to death. I cannot believe it. Okay, cheesecake. Okay. You know the timer of ragdolling? They just ragdoll me over and over. That's kind of scary. Hi, Brekkie. Right? How are you doing? Oh my god. Also, thanks, McLarge. I can still jam. I'll jam and do this all the same time. It's fine. Oh my god. Oh yeah. You know what? I still love being chaotic. It's fine. The glossiness. I hope when I close the mouth, they sort of go together. Oh, have I gone? Can't really tell, can I? I think the top one is a little bigger than the bottom one. Yeah, it is. Shit. Oh, Joe Dark. Hi. Oh, welcome to my sleep deprived stream. I crave sleep, but I don't want to sleep. Sometimes I'm just weird like that. How are you doing? Can we just add a little bit more then? Right, just slightly more thick. Okay. I guess I'll be a little bit more quiet than usual today. Just a little tired. I'm okay though. I just want to do something today. You're not allowed to be tired? No. I thought I'm allowed to be tired, Cheesecake. What's with this part? Oh, it's... Oh, it's a broken polygon, okay. Huh. Adding all this gold makes me realize how broken the polygon is sometimes. It's kinda scary. I mean, I guess I added this one. At least the face doesn't look too bare bones and everything. The snoot. Because the snoot is having like a pure pink color. Just a little bare bones, I would say. I don't want to make it glow, but I hope they sort of match each other. Yeah. That's okay. That's good. Yeah. Then I'll just export this one to Blender. And then I'll start doing the teeth. I did the claws. Yeah, last time I did the claws, added the gold to the claws, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So she has golden claws now. Even the little claws on top there. She's sort of like the dragon is sort of the mix here, like having human fingies and then reptilian feet. Hey, reptilian feet looks cool. Half glazed fin and half glazed horn. For whatever reason, I'll just do it. Oh my god. Yeah, let me just export this texture real quick. We don't need 2, only 3, okay. I think I'm gonna replace it. Now I'm gonna delete the aaaaa tree and then let them re-import it. Or re-export, sorry. Okay, I'm deleting it. Okay, there we go. aaaaa base color. Okay. aaaaa metallic. This one. And aaaaa emissive. I didn't think I changed anything that's emissive, but I'm still gonna replace it anyway. There, look at that. Golden golden snoot. Wait. Oh, it's just not as obvious on the side view. Okay. That's normal. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Okay, so I thought it looks bare boned because the normals I did not put it in. Even if I put it in, it looks kind of jank. I could try putting it in, I guess. Normal here. So I need another node image. I'll use OpenGL, I guess, or just normal. I use normal. Why are you? Oh no! Why? Don't go to emission. Oh, I'm blocking it. Oh shit. Okay, sorry. Let's put here. You're emissive. You're supposed to go. Please disconnect this. Yeah, it became jank. I don't get the normals in Blender. Or maybe they're just too none. Yeah, nope. Let me try OpenGL. Is it clear coat normal? It's definitely not height, I think. Do you like Kona? What's a Kona? Yeah, this does nothing. This one looks a little jank. Oh wait, it's a little different. Oh, the color looks right here. Oh shit. Maybe it is. Oh no. Why is suddenly so shiny? What the hell? What do you mean? Huh. Yeah, let's not put normals here. But one good thing is that the normals work, confirmed to be working in Unity, so don't worry about it. Here looks a little jank, but it's okay. That figure seems familiar. You mean this dragon? I mean, I don't know why. This is my own creation that I did in 2018. I don't know if I showed you the picture that I drawn in 2018, but I'm gonna show anyway for context. Yeah, this one. The styling changed a lot because I already have like a cutesy character, so that's why I changed. I did this setting. The settings I have for this character is gonna be like a badminton fanatic. Because I fucking love badminton, so why not just put like a badminton character for myself? Why not, right? Never mind. Okay. God, now I need to add teeth. Oh, fuck. Although one thing I want to check real quick. $1,000 on the claws? 1,000? Oh, it's because I use cylinder. Oh, I'm stupid. I use cylinder and I deserve this. What if I unsubdivide? What will happen? Let me try it. $600 faces. Oh no. Yeah, no, this will not work. It's all broken. Yeah, it's all broken. Okay, fine. 1,000 in total. There's like 25,000 polygons. I think the feet claws I did it right because I was using cube for this. Yeah, see? feet claws. This one is only like 480 polygons. Fuck, that was badly optimized. It's okay. I'll proceed to just use cubes because they are very easily optimized. Do you think it's weird that this one here is like this and then the noodle is not glazed for whatever reason? I mean, to be fair, I already have glazed. I already have glazed fur. I don't know. I need more time to look at it for me to feel either if it's weird or it's okay. Okay, let's add teeth. The procedure that I hate the most, but they will have to do. I'm just gonna do it very simply. Also, the teeth is just gonna be the same. Golden teeth? Golden teeth? Golden teeth sounds sad. Golden teeth sounds like it's a dirty teeth. Okay, all one is eyes. Default OBJ, this one, base color, it is as white as possible. White teeth? Yeah. Glowing teeth? I mean, glowing teeth is only my snake. My snake is a glowing teeth. Just make it white for now. Oh my god. You know, I'll become big for this. I'll get big. I'll get big. Oh, the barcode so high. Cool. That was a good jam session. I just love the barcode jam. It's so good. It is so heckin' good. Okay, I'll keep it simple. I'll do it like a tapered shape. That's it. Do I want to make it a full set of teeth or just nah? The two little itty bitty teeth. Okay, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Shit. Here? I don't know if it's here. This is a render that I have on Blender. Yeah, see? I just put like two itty bitty teeth here. Just because I'm so lazy. I don't want... I don't want to add a full set of teeth just because it's so troublesome. But for this one, I think I have to go for it because, well, it's a... I would say semi-realistic in terms of like... Okay, cheesecake, okay. I was just showing teeth what I do. I'll blep for you. I'm blepping though. Oh god, okay, well. There goes my belly. I don't know why my belly is like the jiggliest of the belly. Whatever I've been sent to Matrix, my belly is the most jiggliest. Okay, so this up, big, down. goddamn yip. A pigeon. A pigeon? Pigeon? Bird? Bird? Turn on the trans Diminisaur? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Hey. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, before I continue, let me check something real quick. Oh my god, why? Alright. So I want to try to close her mouth and see what happens. This is jank. Hey, man. No bully Kobold. Kobold is just he okay. I just got a banana. You want me to eat the banana? Is that Oh wait, this one's a little bit too much. Yeah, I figure why I'm choosing this one. You know, the more I do this, I realize how much mouse space that I need currently. I'm just working with a small wrist pad here. It's like, oh god. Oh my goodness. Not enough space? Spaceless, are we? That somehow didn't scare me. I was a little surprised that didn't scare me, considering how jumpy I am. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. So shit. Okay, I think that's clean. Alright. I don't want to choose this ever again. Let me just add a group to this. Lower jaw. Assign the shit so I can select and dislike. Add. Look at that. Beautiful. So now I'm gonna try. I think I need to add one more. Like this. Yeah, I need to add one more. No big deal. Assign. There we go. Okay. So to close her mouth, I need rotate. Oh, shh. Oh, I think I know how to fix this. Remove. Okay. I don't know if this is how people control their mouth. Yeah, that kind of works, right? Let me see. Oh, that is okay. That is surprisingly okay. You know what? I'll take it. That is surprisingly okay. Just need to fix here a little bit. This one is an easy fix. Don't worry about it. So don't do this first. I'm just trying to check. So now I can proceed to add the teeth in. And I already have this little group. What? Why is there upper jaw but no lower jaw? What do you mean? Oh, upper jaw is... Oh, these are the armature. Wait, what? Where's my lower jaw? What? It's... huh? Ferg. Oh, Blender, don't just do this to me. I'm... Okay, if I type lower jaw, same name. Is it gonna be 0.1 or 1? No? What the fuck? Where did it go? Okay, it's back, so it's back. Oh. There we go. Alright, all good, all good. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Now, add teeth. Alright, cube. Ferg. Whose Ferg is that? Sansin? And then, of course, you have Mega. Mega Foggy. Mega Foggy is cute. We all need a Mega Foggy in our lives. Am I right or am I right? I'm not even gonna look at reference and do this. I'm tired. You know what? I regret. I regret my words and my deeds. I will now open up my pure reference and just do it. I regret my words and my deeds. Okay. It's on, it's on. I should close this as well. teeth. Teeth. Is that teeth? That is teeth. I could do it a slightly more stylized. Whoa, that is good. Wait, what? Oh damn, look at this. Whoa, what is this teeth? I want it. I will bonk myself in the head if I want to do this teeth though. It would be so hard to do. I mean, if I keep extruding, it shouldn't be too hard, right? You should leave the teeth square. Oh god. We out here chewing with square teeth. Would you like to hear? Oh, here! The best haiku in the world. Isn't haiku like a sort of a poem? I learned it from Spyro. Or else I would not know what a haiku is. Sure. It'd be. I mean, basically it's just see, I guess. Okay, you know what? Before I start doubting what I need to do, just first things first, cut some lines. Loop, cut, and slide. Bam. And then do it again. Bam. Do it again. Bam. Okay. Liver taste okay. The texture is like Play-Doh. My stomach is sad. Is that haiku? Isn't haiku something like 7 words? 1, 2, 3 liver take 3 4 5. The texture is like Play-Doh. Oh, that's 7, and then my stomach is sad. Oh, 575, is that haiku? I don't even remember what haiku is. What the fuck? I don't even know how to do a haiku. I don't even know how to construct a poem. I'm not about the poem. I'm here to punch people. Wait, what? I'm here to punch. But don't eat liver. Alright, don't eat unless it's no. I'm not even gonna say it. Don't eat liver. Okay, taper it down here a little bit, then just a little bit. And then now we do this. I mean, this is like the easiest way, in my opinion, to do tapered shape, sharp C in low poly. And if you want it to look slightly better, you could just you could always like, you can choose the edges here, just bevel them. You bevel them out a little, just a little bit. So see, it has like a little depth. It's not like extra sharp. You know what I mean? Oh, but the bottom part is gonna get jank. See, they're intersecting. Oh. Well, that's a bit of a problem. There we go. Okay, more space. Right, more space is needed so that it looks like this towards the end. They don't intersect anymore, at least, and the shape is slightly more defined. So yeah, I like bevel. Bevel is pretty cool. But if you use it too much, you may create some n-gons, and we don't want that. N-gons being n-gons being a polygon that that has more than 4 bases. That we call them n-gon. Wait, are these n-gons? Okay, no. I got scared. So I think these are 4. These are 4. These are 4. If you have 5 or more than just more than 4 and not 4, sometimes the mesh is just gonna break altogether. So which is why retopology is always the painful part of everything. And sometimes alternating a mesh is not easy as well. It's like, it's so lazy. Hi, Kios. Hi. Oh, look at all the dancing things. What is that? Why is that so adorable? Hi. Welcome in. Is this teeth enough? I mean... not the best looking, but I'll take it. See, now I'm scared. Why? Because if I close the mouth now, is the teeth gonna intersect with the lower jaw? Oh no. Oh shit. Why are there knives? No knives. There's no hacking violence here. I mean, to be fair, looking from afar, it's so small. Yeah, if I like go that far away, can't even see it. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. It's there, but it's not very obvious. I could try to make it longer, I guess. Just slightly longer. I don't want to make it chunkier. I'm just gonna mirror this one. I'll just duplicate. Remove the minus. Boom. That looks jank. Also, I need to change the eye texture as well. Oh, wait. Don't I have... Okay, you know what? Let's play around a little bit. Let's go substance. I remember that I think I downloaded a few eye smart texture, I think? Oh, eye base material. I think I can play with that. I think. Wow, eyes, okay. Okay, we hide all of these. Oh shit, yeah, there is. SBSAR? Yeah, there is SBSAR. Okay, let me see. This is gonna be a... Is it procedural or base material? I think it's base material. Import resources to project WoW eyes. There's a weird looking bird outside my window. Weird looking bird? Okay, offset, offset. Where's the eyeball? Where's the... Oh, okay, okay. Here, and then... Oh. 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 Wait a minute. What? Hey, yo, look at that. Look at the material. It is fucking reflecting everything. I think I can try, There. Okay, it looks normal now. Then... Oh, shit. Like that. Eye material attributes. Channel mapping. Look at that custom stuff. Custom stuff. I can just like... It's just galaxy eyes. Damn, bro. Base material. My PC's dying. Can I maximum? Maximum size. Oh shit. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, why is there only one side? Why is there only one side? There's two sides here. Why? Wait, let me double check. I think I know why. Ah, fuck. I don't think I'm supposed to overlap these two maps. Let me check the textures folder. Ah, here. So if I painted this one, why is this one this? So it's a little bit here and here. So here and here, here and here, I guess. So if I hide these, yeah, they are both looking this way. So I need to add 2 of these. Looks like a tall owl. Definitely not having a half panic attack because of an owl that looks like an eldritch demon. How weird can an owl be? I mean, there's owl. I never seen an owl in real life before. What is eye shine color? Oh, eye shine. Eye shine. Whoa. Okay, I'm into it. This is fun. Iris. Big. Oh shit. Actually, yeah, make it small. Main color, inner color, outer color. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Damn, what is this material? Insane. If I can get this to work, well. Imagine everything just like a painted color on it, and then you have an eye that's just like detailed out of my mind. Imagine what would this look like. In a color? In a color? Oh, wow! Fuck! You can just play like this? Damn, make it bright. Yeah, make it bright, make it saturated. Outer color. Oh, I think I see it. Whoa, damn, wow, okay. Make it black, it makes sense. Glow? That doesn't really... Oh wait, it does. Whoa. Whoa. Insane. Okay, I gone again. Be careful of the owl. Bloodshot? Blood? Is bloodshot what I think it is? It's like the veins? Like the blood vein? I don't see it. Is this not obvious enough? Oh, it's the outer eye. Oh, fuck. I guess my bloodshot is like... Yeah, okay, I think I get it now. Goddamn. I mean, wow. You know, I'm just gonna try putting 2 eyeballs here. 2 eyeballs are the same. Just duplicate this. Duplicate layer. Do not go near an owl with a 90-degree bent wing. Maybe the owl is hurt? Question mark? Could it be hurt? Oh, it's blocking the other one. I mean, I guess I can try to just be like... let me see. Add a mask to it. And the mask to it. Damn, okay. Well, color me impressed. Modeling gaming, I am basically cheating at this point. Okay, black. Oh, is it black or white? White. So we just need this part. And then this one we just need this part. Oh shit, why is it gone? Is it what I think it is? Yeah. So they are both actually intersecting here for whatever fucking reason? Why are you intersecting with each other? It's because I mirrored on? Yeah, you see this here? Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, wait, maybe? Maybe. It's already black mask. Everything's black. Yeah. I just have this part. And that part. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Huh? Yeah, I got it wrong. What? Huh? And this one is being covered. Why am I so confused? Yeah, it's not this one. This one's this one. So we hide this one. Then we do this one. There we go. Then why did that give me brain pain? Fuck. Whoa. That kind of works for some reason. It looks so weird without the body. You mean without the body texture? Oh, well, I say texture, but it's actually just I just slap on color. Don't worry, I'm gonna try to export this shit. I don't think I'm gonna use this one. I think I'm gonna hand paint my own eyes again because this one is just unrealistic at this point. I mean, it is too realistic to a point where it's unrealistic. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Oh, oops. This one looks good. This one is terrifying. What if I put 0.55？0.55？我操，真是0.25。Oh no. 0.19。啊 ，OK 了。
Potato salad.
I don't like salad. Alright, let's export this little shit. What? What do you mean? What I said? What I said? Can we do a backup in... Okay, here's the original eye texture. I don't know why I'm doing this. Let's go layout, eyes, shading. Here, base color and emissive. Alright. So 001 base color. So 001 emissive. Thing changed. Oh, it did. Wow. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? So all of the models that I did here is like very simplistic, and then suddenly you have the eyes just go batshit insane. It just doesn't go well. It doesn't go well. Like, yeah, sure, it looks cool on its own, but in general, it just doesn't work. But it's cool that I downloaded something like this, though. Alright, let's delete all of these because it's stupid. I had fun, though. So 001 here. Delete the... Then we put this back in. But I do want to alter it a little bit. Okay, now we can just delete this before my PC dies. I think I should change the color. Sneak, Sneak. Do I have a picture of my snake? No, I don't. Wait, I thought I do. I don't remember where I put it. Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, is it here? Oh, I made this stupid thing. I just sort of rendered out like front, back, and this. Check this shit out. It's so pixelated you won't even know what you are looking at. Okay, no, that doesn't work. Let me just save this one real quick. Much better than HD Ultra plus plus plus. I wouldn't say much better. I don't know. I don't have confidence in what I do most of the time. Open. This is my first mistake, is that I put the hands like this and I cried rigging it. Yeah, you see the eyes. Why are you looking down? Oh, I think I know what's up. Okay. Blend shapes, blend shapes. There, okay. Oh yeah, you have the blab. There. You have the snake blab. Okay, by the way, yeah, the eyes just looks like, yeah, very hand painted. This looks very hand painted. But kind of, like, I mean, looking from afar, it works. You know what I mean? Don't overthink it. Just just the color, I think. The color doesn't really make sense. I wouldn't say it doesn't make sense, but it's like a hint of purple, I guess. No try, only do. Truer word has never been said. Also, I think eyes doesn't work this way, I think. If I want stylized, make it darker. Make it a little darker. Make it a little yellowish. Sorry, bluish. And a little more blue to it. So it's this one. Yeah, a more grass green kind of green. Know what I mean? Instead of just like pure lime green. Okay, this one I want to change a little bit on how I put it. And I have to clean up here because not be too dirty. Too many space too many unwanted green space here. Oh god. I think just doing this is fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is good enough. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah, just the placement matters. Did you model the VTuber? Yeah. I did this on ZBrush, and then I import and I export it to Blender, UV the map there, and then textured the maps here, and then did the weight painting, and also pretty much the technicality is in Blender. Like I pretty much just model all my own VTuber models. The snake, currently the dragon, this kobold right here. I made them all my own. Okay, 16, including this one. So it all started with. I don't know if I can open up so many things, but I'll try anyway. Let me show you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to close this one. Let me show you my ZBrush. I did make a few models of my own. I do have the Kobold, my previous dragon model that I just sort of don't use anymore because it looks kind of bad. And the snake, the forest guardian, and a Salazzle. The Salazzle is that because I didn't do art in like a year or something. It's pretty much when I started streaming, I didn't do art at all. And then after a year, I'm just like, I kind of want to do art. And here I am. So this is the current dragon that I'm working on. Let me show like this one. Let me close render to fast so that I don't die. So it all started here. This is the current model, right? This is this one. I know it looks a little different because the rendering style in ZBrush and Blender is different. So this is what it is, and this is how it looks like. This is the low poly lah. So there is a few things to look out for. Let me hide the low poly. This is the high poly. High poly as in, look at that, there's 258k polygons here. So basically I retopology and just like make it into a low poly here, which is about 35k. But I'm cheating because I'm using the ZBrush thing. Modify a Z remasher, sorry. I use this to remesh it so that I can get the low poly. But yeah, this is where it all started. The dragon, and then even the snake is the most interesting one because I changed the entirety of the snake halfway. This one, I think. Yeah, this is what the original snake is supposed to look like. I know it doesn't look too good. I know it looks very different, and you're right, it looks very different. It looks very slender. It looks like it didn't eat for months. And after that, I just feel like, oh, this is interesting because this is why I stopped my art for a bit. This is when I started streaming and I didn't do art at all. So after about a year, and I just decided to just, hey, I kind of want to do art again. So you see, I opened up this one a little bit, and then after so many months, 2021, 2022. So yeah, here. I slowly changed it here. See? I changed the design. No, I don't want that design. Everything looks wrong. So I started to change the upper body. Save. And then eventually I slowly get to the current snake. And I'll change the size, everything. Change the hood design because I like spikes. And I like reptilians. And then add the tail slowly. This is also why I save like multiple files. I know these are not very good in terms of like storage space, but I just love doing this. There, and then this is the entirety of the model. Sort of. This is Snake. The Snake went through a lot of changes, so... Snake is also my first time trying to sculpt Booba, so... it looks a little weird. The weight doesn't look right. But hey, we start somewhere. Yeah, the Snake. And then the Kobold. Kobold is when I first started doing... putting on fur. Let me see. I think... Also, the head of the Kobold went through multiple changes. You might see that, okay, this is the first Kobold. It's like, oh. I started from a sphere and I was like, huh. I get to this head shape and I was like, nah, I'm changing this. So I was like, okay, retry this shit. I got like this. I was like, huh. Not that good. Looks very fucking scary. Right, and I keep trying. And then after this, I got to this point, I was like, nah. Nah. Let's change again. Let's change the approach. Let's have basic shapes in. So I do like this, like very cube shit, and then add this one. It's like, okay, that looks promising. And then continue work on this. It's like work. It's like, yeah, I got to this point. It's like, it's not bad, and I'm liking it. You know? I have this little teeth here. So eventually I will work around here. And then eventually I got to this. There is a certain point where I kind of want to not... My initial design for the Kobold is this. So this is my initial design for the Kobold. I was like, I like spikes, I like horn. But then this reminds me of a certain anime character. I watch... what is it called again? The card fight game that has Drum Bunker Dragon. That anime. But I don't remember the name. And then there's a certain dragon that looks like this. And I was like, okay, I mean, I kind of like this. And then it was at this point someone like suggested, what if curved horn though? No. And then I proceed to do the curved horn. And then I was like, okay. I like the curved horn. You know, I like the curved horn. I want the curved horn. And I went with this design. And then there were at so many points where I tried to add these back with the curved horn. It just doesn't really work because they'll either intersect or too small. It doesn't really make a difference. So in the end, I just grabbed this idea, just leave the curved horn on, pretty much. And this is how we slowly get the Kobold to born. Look at that. This is all how it started. You're looking behind the scenes here. behind the scene before the Kobold is officially born. And then work on it I did multiple times, multiple days, slowly sculpting out the body and everything. This one looks like an old granny. Old granny body. And then eventually I added more fur. Oh yeah, this is the first time I try to add fur like this. So you check this out. There is so many base fur here. I added these one by one, alter their shapes one by one. These are all individual models, individual meshes. This. These are all individual. And I was like, okay, I like the result. I like how this looks. I do. So it is at this point I realize, okay, doing fur like this looks pretty good. Stylized, stylized fur. And then this is how I get it. I started working on this fur. The fur is like the most tedious part. Like, I cannot even lie about it. The fur is like the most tedious part. It's so painfully hard. But eventually I started working on this, like, okay, stop complaining and just do it. And then eventually I got to this point. Added all the fur, even the tail fluff towards the end here. I think this is the end product in ZBrush. I even added ear fluff, chest fluff, back fluff, right, tail spine fluff. And then I look at this like, yep, I'm proud of this one. I'm really proud of this one. So you might see that my dragon model is also it's in almost a similar situation where there. I try to do fur like this now, but this one I put it a little more exaggerated because I want her to look a little bit more fierce, which is why I go for this one. Look at this exaggeration fur, like, and I like it. See the similarities? The mane became like this, and then add here. Took me a while, but yeah, all good. And gave her a little belly as well, just a little bit of belly. It's fun. I love working on these models, and mind you that I love sculpting the most. And I don't like Blender. I honestly hate Blender. Substance is fine, because Substance is just putting in colors. I don't really play with a lot of texturing, to be honest. Like the textures, although this one I did play a little bit on the gold, like this one. Like play a little bit with like the gold, half glazed horn. Like it was kind of fun, to be honest. Experiment new things, it's always fun. So let me change music. Oh, sorry, this one. Under the Masacha music. So yeah, that was my journey of sculpting and shit. Oh, I think I know what's wrong. Okay, you know what? Let's redo this shit. I think I want the eye to look to the front. Yeah, I kind of don't want to give her too much of a cat eye. Fierce, but not too fierce. Let's try to add eye shine to this one. Like a relatively simple one. Wait, that's not my monitor, right? Yeah, it's not my monitor. What is this? Yeah, the eye looks more alive. Right, the eye looks more alive now. For whatever reason, just now the diamond shape just doesn't really make sense. Two diamond, I guess, right? There is such a thing as two diamond shaped ED. I think, probably, maybe. Yeah, this is not bad. This is not bad at all. Not bad at all. Actually, you know what? Since I'm so sleepy right now, let's listen to some... Oh! I want to listen to some NES game music. Let me search for it. Give me a second. Opening stage start. Stage 1. Stakes here. Oh, there it is. This one. Oh yeah. I'm hyped for this shit. We start from stage 1. Oh my god. Oh my god, all the nostalgia is kicking in. It's my favorite NES game. Let's go. This is Kage in NES. Oh yeah. I'm hyped. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, I stand it. Do I want to make the eyes glow? I want to make the eyes glow a little bit. I think I can just make a few layers here. Oh my god. That scared me. Oh my god. Yeah, I just wanted to glow a little bit. The entirety of the eyeballs glow a little bit. Or maybe not, just the black part of the eye. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, just the black part. I already did it. I already did it. Whoa. Oh, that looks good though. Shit. So this is not normally like this. This means that it's being a mission. So last time I tried to render this in iRay and my PC absolutely died. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Spooked by asthma. It's so loud on my end. You guys hear it only like... I think you guys only hear like 50% or 40% of the sound. Because it's played back on OBS, but for me it's played back on my headphone. On full volume. That's why it's quite loud for me, but it's not loud for y'all. It's for funsies. I don't want to scare you guys. I just want to scare myself. It's fine. Yeah, I'm keeping it this way. Emissive in full value. Full saturation? No, not full saturation. There. And I'm gonna try this. You know, if you guys can, go play Kage in the Nintendo Entertainment System. Such a good game. Music is really god tier. I mean, listen to this. This is from Nintendo Entertainment System. Holy fuck. The music is so good. Excuse me? There's no metal. Oh, roughness though. Shit. How much ice shine do we want? I mean, I don't want it to reflect the whole thing. I don't want it to reflect to a point where I can see. I can see what the forest looks like. Maybe just a little shine. About 0.3, I think. Or even like 0.5. Yeah, just make it 0.5, it's fine. I don't want to make it too shiny. Our eyes reflect a little bit, but it doesn't reflect everything. Okay. Now we export. Height? There's no height. Emissive, normal, roughness, space color. Okay. This is all one. Let me delete the all one. And export. Alright, it is done. Look at this. 2D texture looks like this, and then you have this. Whoa. Whoa. You're gonna die. Okay, let's change the shading. Change the base color to this. Change the emissive to this. We don't need normals. So here it's gonna be like, oh, that looks fine. Even has a little afterglow here. You see it? The afterglow. Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm very surprised. Okay, we add this, and then we just add... We add a new mesh here. Actually, let me save again. Can you tell that this is my favorite stage? NES again, Nintendo Entertainment System. How the fuck? I don't even understand. It's so good. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard of Gradius 2. It is also in the Nintendo Entertainment System. And Gradius 2 is like, by far, it's also one of my favorite games. Music-wise, they are not so good as they are pretty short, but they are pretty good nonetheless. This one cannot be too long. I forgot. It's okay, I'm gonna push it up anyway. Make it smaller. This is the what we call a menya. Menya. I'm just gonna add a few lines here just to give it a bit more shape. Also, this one I'm not gonna make it bent. I'm just gonna make it straight down. Yeah, these are the ones that are gonna make it straight down. And oh, this is making me want to listen to Gradius 2 music as well. Ah, god, there's so many like NES system games that has like god tier music. Anyone know Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2? Not 1, 2. The music is also pretty good. God, you know what? Let's have a trip down memory lane today. I'll see if I can remember any like old games that I can listen to. Hi, Malicious McPie. Also, hi, Solid Dragon. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. You need to go to bed right now, but I have something to show you. Oh! Yeah. Is it some art related things? Question mark? Just put it on share. Oh! Then can I show it on stream or is it okay? Ooh! Whoa! Yeah? I'm working a new yip yip for my Sona. Yeah! Good yip yip. Oh my god, it's so good! Oh shit! Okay. Wow, this is so good. Look at the muscle work though. Let's open the browser. Damn! Yeah, this one I remember I looked at this before. The horns? Yeah. Damn, look at the neck muscles. Look at the muscle structure. Oh, this muscle structure here looks so good. God. The collarbone? Yeah. I started putting on collarbones as well. But I'm still pretty lazy about it. This is my... It's not here. It's more obvious here. Well, I mean, more obvious, I lied. I forgot I didn't bake the texture. You know what? I have the model here. I did put in a little bit of collarbone. Give it a second. Like this. It's a... There. Collarbone. Wow. I did just the tiniest bit of collarbone this here. You know, just the tiniest bit. Just the tiniest bit. A new design for your Sona. That looks really good. I love that. I love it. This is not... I think this is a new design as well for my Sona. For my character, Sona. Yeah, this is a new design. It's completely different than what I had in 2018. What a hunk though. I did use MCU Hulk as a reference. MCU Hulk? Hulk? Ah. The name is so familiar. Hulk? Oh, Hulk! The green guy from Marvel! Oh, yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Although I don't know which MCU... I don't know what MCU means, but yeah. Good reference choice, holy shit. This is shredded. This Hulk is shredded. What the fuck? Oh my god, look at the shred. Oh my god. Good gods, yeah, the muscle structure is insane. Good choice of a reference, really. Marvel Cinematic Universe, Hulk from the movies. If I type MCU Hulk, is it gonna show? Oh! Oh, Marvel's... Oh, wow, okay. Ragnarok. Maestro. Maestro? Why is Maestro so old? What the fuck? Oh god. Oh god. Oh goodness, what is this? Cho? What's Cho? Cho? I don't know, man. I don't even know anything about Marvel. I only know Marvel in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and that's it. And you know what, now that I realize, Hulk is in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Maestro essentially got woken up 200 years after the world was destroyed. 200 years and Hulk is still alive? Holy shit. And became a villain after that. Oh. Damn. Alright. But yeah, good one. Holy shit. Can't wait to see this done. So you're gonna sculpt a full body for this, I assume? I have to say though, this is really good. Don't make the fart noises, it's fine. Doing a full body? Yes! Yes! Do a full body, I want to see it. I am excited to see a dragon. Yeah, always. Yeah, although this is not as shredded as the Hulk, but yeah, it's pretty good. Funny getting around to sculpting all my characters, all of your characters. Oh my god! Wait, why am I surprised? I did sculpt all my characters now, and I just showed it too. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. I don't know why I'm surprised. You know, I should be surprised because you're not me. Oh my god. But yeah, good luck sculpting all your characters. I cannot wait to see all of them. I want to see all of them. But of course, don't push yourself too hard. Got 8 to do? Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, okay, you know what? If you're just sculpting it, fair, fine. You know what? If you're just sculpting it, that's good. If this seems backseating in art, but a friendly reminder, save check? Save check! That's a good save check. Thank you, Pony Dupes. Welcome in. Is that Blue Shadow boss music? Blue Shadow? I don't know if it's Blue Shadow, but it's Kage. I mean, I think I get the version where it's called Kage, but I know there's another version of the game called Shadow of the Ninja. But yeah, good game. I love it. My personal favorite game. And then the boss music, so good. I know it's pretty much just repeating, but it's all good. How you doing? Mostly the same species as James. Too heavily in a true dragon. I assume true dragon is like more feral. I don't know. How do you do teeth? I don't know. I don't like doing teeth. I hate doing teeth. Why am I doing teeth? I mean, I have to do teeth because teeth. Potato? Potato? Kenapa? Kenapa ada potato di sini? Saya tak tahu. Shadow of the Ninja is US. Or Blue Shadow in the EU. Scandinavia? Doing okay, having tea and cookies? Nice. Good combo, good combo. Before driving to town, also doing friendly reminder to artists in Twitch to save check, and I thank you for it because I keep forgetting to save. It's so scary to not save in art, so thank you. Also glad to know that they're doing okay. Enjoy tea and cookies. God, this music is so fucking hype. Is this how you make teeth? So it's the game? Yeah. It's called Shadow of the Ninja and Blue Shadow, but what I know the game as is Kage. You know, Shadow, but in Japanese. Don't mind the fart noises. There, Kage. This is the intro screen. It sort of looks like... Yeah, this is the intro screen, this one. I think Shadow Ninja looks a little bit different. Question mark? Oh my god, this is for ants. There. This game is fun! I remember I played it on my retro stream back then. It was so good. Although I already know so much about this game. I don't know what Natsume did, but all the music is 10 out of 10. I know! Natsume is god tier music composer, I would say. Oh, there it is! Shadow of the Ninja. Yeah, the game is difficult, but since I played this game for like years back then when I was a kid, I know all about the game. Well, I wouldn't say all about the game, but I know how to beat the game easy. I have the execution. Oh, I want to replay all the music once more. I'm just gonna copy this one. The middle... I think the middle I'll put like two... Oh, fuck. Two very close. That looks so jank. Oh, I think I know why. You know what, let's delete this. Delete us. I'll make it shorter in the middle. Oh. Is there credit music for them? Did they have credit music? Oh yes, they have. Okay, good. The ending is god tier as well. I have to say. Speaking of Ninja, I feel like difficult games. Ever heard of Maui Mallard? Donald Duck? In Cold Shadow of the NES SNES? If not, try the game next time? Never heard of it. Speaking of SNES, I think I don't have much SNES games, to be honest. I do have Zombie and My Neighbors though, and that game pissed me off. But it's really fun though. I got mad. I got mad on stream last time. I played the game, like, God. the last boss is just tedious, but the rest of the game is pretty good. Good game far too long? Yeah, right? I was complaining that the game overstayed its welcome for way too long. Mirroring the teeth along the y-axis to make things a bit easier for you. Oh, good choice. Yeah, I would do it. I'll do it. And then this one. I mean, I could mirror it like this. Boop. Shit, I messed up, sorry. And that's a mirror. So it's this one. Oh, that looks a little jank. This tree teeth right here. The perfect teeth doesn't exist. Is 6 teeth too much for like the front teeth? I feel like 6 teeth might be a little too much. Oh, it's dead. Oh, in Blender it's dead. Wow. You're asking the wrong pony dog hyena mix that question? Wow, what a mix. Pony dog hyena? Hyena though, hyena cute. Have you seen hyena though? Wow, I like hyenas. Hyena's pretty adorable. Looking from afar. Okay, look from afar. I can't see shit. You know what? That's good enough. If I cannot see it, and it doesn't bother me in the slightest, I'll take it. I should join these. Active object is not a selected mesh? Are you fuck? Fine. You want to do this, Blender? Now will you join? Thank you. I made a pony that behaves like a dog. But thinking about making it to a hyena. That's my wording. Oh. Behave like a hyena though? I could just hear a hyena cackling. It's like... Sorry for stealing your time in chat. Nah, don't worry about it. Honestly, you're not stealing anyone's time in chat. Or... Since I'm just chilling doing art as well. I want to play games, but because I'm pretty sleep deprived, that's why I'm doing this. I mean, I honestly didn't want to stream today. It's like, eh. But I want to do something, so I'm here. And I'm just like very low energy. I'm alert to other Twitchers before I have to get going. You have a good one, alright? Thank you, Pony Dudes. Have a great day. Appreciate. Are you? Hey, hey. Look, I spout weird shit sometimes, okay? Front teeth. And then we duplicate things. Mirror Z. Mirror Z. Go down. Make them smaller. Rotate them a little bit. Move them down. Huh. Okay, they need to be a lot smaller. I didn't expect this. So fierce. Okay, save a separate file. I can close this now. And then the teeth behind, I kind of want to just follow this. But this one is too stylized. But I think I can sort of get an idea on how to do this. Something like this. I can get the idea. Let me put this behind. I can go like big, big, small, 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 big, small, big, 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 small, small, something like that. Just put it random, 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 random. Random teeth? I don't know. I don't know how teeth works. I'm bad. Well, I'm not bad, but still. Go behind a little bit. I feel like something's missing. I want to add like an eyebrow here as well. Hiya. Hiya. 哎呀 ，backcheck 真的是一直忘记东西，我只是读懒的，有时候我头脑转不了啊，也是吐血有时候。Okay, let's open it back. I think it's this one. Okay, how do I add this? Because the eyes is here, right? Add this. What kind of done. Done. I like it circular. Yellow highlights. Yellow highlights. Yellow shiny highlight. Oh fuck. I'm onto something. I'm wildin'. Oh, I'm wildin'. Oh god, I'm wildin'. Oh, I gotta do push-up squats. Alright, I'll do it. Not going to bed? Okay. Last thing though, What's up, what's up? Nah, I think having too much gloss. Yeah, no. Yeah, too much. Oh, it's just yellow all around this part. This is like a lemon. It's like a lemon. Okay, just because this one is unseen. Okay, and then sharpen it up at front. So is this part. That is just straight up lemon. That's just straight up lemon. Lemonize? Lemonize? Okay. Now, let's do some little exercise. I think I still have it. Do I? No, I don't. Oh, there, I have it. This is how you spell it, don't question it. Walk out. After I'm done with all my characters, I'll be opening up my comms again, and I'll be willing to do a full body detailed model of your character for 10. 15 is the normal cost. Whoa! Is it like the sculpture? A sculpture for 10? Wow. Wow, I mean. A full sculpture! Wow. I was thinking of getting... I don't know if I want to open up comms. I want to. I want to earn money. But at the same time, I just think that my work is not good enough. It's not good enough. I always go for cheap, not good enough to do the actually expensive ones. Okay, I'm just gonna do walkout first. Walkout, here we go. I need some space. It's been a while since I last had the walkout, and I think it's good to do it. Let's go. Ow. I've become so weak. Ow. now the Sukwatsu. Gonna get thick. I'm gonna get thick. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god. I'll send you the screenshot of the Discord message so I'll have a record of the promised discount just in case you're interested. Ooh. Appreciated Solar Dragon. Thank you for that. What? Let me catch my... If I'm interested, I'll definitely hit you up for the model commission. Yeah? Thank you, thank you. Oh, why am I so tired? No, when I'm doing this, and then I say that I play badminton, no one's gonna believe me when I say I play badminton. But I do, I love badminton. There we go, I think this looks much better. Or maybe even this. Oh, okay. I am catching up my breath. Okay, oh good. Whew. Now we're heading to bed. Okay. Thanks again, Solar. Have good sleep. Yeah, okay, this looks much better, okay. Yeah, This actually looks so much better. You know, I love the little eye mask thing. I'll take it. Oh, let's change music. I want the Chip and Dale Rescue Ranger. There. Okay, and then export these. There. I can also delete this. Oh. Oh. Thank you, Savior. I want to bite the hand. Kobold tendencies. I want to bite the hand. How are you doing, Savior? Yeah, that looks kind of cool. Damn. This is emissive. Here. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay. Whoa, okay. Whoa, okay. I'm sorry, this just went to 5 to 8? Yeah, this adds a lot. This adds a lot. Oh my god, yes, I'm so happy. I'm so glad. Okay, good. It's slowly shaping out to what I want. It is slowly shaping out to what I want. Just finished doing my live stream on Twitch. Oh, cool, cool. Hope you did a good stream. What were you doing? Playing any games, just chatting, doing art, or whatever. Either way, I hope you had fun. Ooh, it looks so good. Thanks, Rocket. I think it looks good as well. Wait, where's the boss theme? It looks like a mask and I love it. I just now I wanted to like add, you know what I mean? Just now I kind of wanted to add these to make it really look like a mask, but then I was like, maybe not, you know? Just connect these. Then up here a little bit. I was thinking to do this, but I feel like it might be a little much. You know, there's such a thing as too much. And yeah, I think it's too much and it doesn't really make sense at this point. So yeah, I'm glad I didn't add it. I was playing South Park The Fractured Butthole. Wait, what? That's a real game? The Fractured I'm halfway, almost the end of the game. No way, that's a real game. What the fuck? The Fractured Butthole. That's the name of the game. Today is Monday, and you'll be right. Today is Monday. Look, it is Monday. South Park. Oh my god, you are not lying. It is a game. The Fractured Butthole. How? What? It came out in 2017? That's a game. That's a game. I thought you were joking. Yeah, you told me you did. The Fractured Butthole. Okay, I mean, sure. Yeah, you told me you did. You totally did. I was in disbelief and now I'm a believer. Today's Monday, yay, yay, but I don't like Mondays. I mean, I'm sure most people doesn't, most people don't like Mondays. Am I right? Wink wonk. Because I do hate Mondays. Something about Monday just... I mean, even though I'm not working, I am working only on Tuesday and Wednesday, but I still hate Monday nonetheless. I think it's like the build-up in mid-school. You know, in primary school, mid-school, and it's just like, fucking Monday. I have to sleep early to prepare for tomorrow again. God damn it. You know that feeling? Yeah, that's Monday. And then in university, I don't care because not every Monday not every Monday I have to go to the lecture. Yeah, Chippendale's music is also hype, to be honest. I love them. I think I need a name for the Eldritch Owl. Borb. The Eldritch Owl is named Borb. Oh, name it Bob. Name it Bob. Yeah, Bob. We have a Bob. Oh my god, we have an owl named Bob. I love it. Thank you for fulfilling my dream, Rocket. This one, I'll make it chunkier, but they still taper out. Know what I mean? They chunky, but they taper. Still. I am in the part of Christmas had to defeat the animal. South Park, the fractured butthole. I still cannot believe that's a real name, god damn it. How in the fuck's name is that a real name for a game that is real? I don't understand. They're chunky in general. I'm recorded. I played the game. You could look up on my channel. Well, okay. When I have the time, I'll do it then. Do you think it's too chunky? Oh, the fuck. Too straight, don't you think? Because the ref here, it's no teeth is straight. No teeth is straight. Yeah, no teeth is straight. The front teeth I made it straight because I wanted to make it straight. I have an idea. I want to make it point outwards a little bit. Guys, I want to play Street Fighter. Like, I want to play more Street Fighter. After yesterday's session, I just got addicted a little bit. Then slightly to the back, I think? Oh, also, last night I played a little bit of 7 Days to Die with the new experimental update. I think I'm liking the game even more now. They give the survivors more incentive to go for the lucky looter perk. I was like, oh, cool. The game now promotes going out and explore and check out every house and just loot everything you have. Because they now have like the new system, whereas you don't just learn the specific recipe for that particular item you need to craft. You have to level up that certain crafting skill tree, and that means they have to read the book on that certain skill tree so that you can craft something that's better. So yeah, that gives us incentive to just go explore. I think I like it. It's a really good way to drive people, like, to, hey, let's go and explore a little bit. I think it's a really good change and clever too. Ooh, love that game. I do love myself a lot of survival crafting game. I think I have how many hours on Ark Survival? Almost 1,000 hours. And this is before January 2022. I play almost 1,000 hours. It's fun, I like Ark Survival. And then 7 Days to Die, I don't think I played it a lot. Although, to be completely honest, I did pirate the game a little bit back then when I was in university because I don't own my own, I don't earn money yet. So I did pirate the game and play a bunch of 7 Days to Die before actually buying the game. So this is at least 350 hours plus at least 2 months of gameplay. Like, at least, because I was dead addicted to this game. I was mad addicted. I didn't stop for at least a week. There was like a certain semester break, and then I just played this game non-stop for a week, and I shit you not, non-stop. I only stopped for a few minutes to eat, and I only stopped about half an hour to sleep. And then the rest of the time, I just sit there and played this game. I was mad addicted. And that, now that I think about it, it kind of scared me a little bit, you know? Like, I did nothing, absolutely nothing, other than just the basic needs of bath, drink, eat, and sleep. Even sleep just half an hour at most. And I just keep playing this game non-stop. It was scary. It was actually scary. But yeah, good game. Try it out. Don't get too addicted like me, alright? Take me as a bad example then. I have around 19 hours in Battlefield 4 and 5. Cool. Isn't Battlefield 4 and 5 like the shooting bang bang game? Like Gunfire Reborn? Oh, Doom. Something like Doom, right? It's like I go out and shooting bang bang and kill. Yes? Okay. I think my most spent time is... I mean, for Steam now, it's definitely Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World, how much? 1,300? 1,200. Not too far off. Monster Hunter Rise, not as much, only 424 hours, because I didn't struggle too much with the game. And the game made grinding easier, so I didn't spend too much time. Can I sort by time played? Is it possible? I don't think I can sort by time played, but I think, yeah, Monster Hunter World is like my most played game. Not only is there a lot of monsters that I can look at and just sim for them, you know, because I love dragons. It's not a secret at this point, I'm a kobold. I love dragons a lot, alright? But yeah, very fun. Then Arc Survival, Monster Hunter, Hero Fighters, I only played for a little bit because fuck this game's matchmaking sucks. Oh, how about Tekken? I do play a lot of Tekken 7 as well. Oh, wow. I only played 700 hours of Tekken? Good god. No wonder I suck. Street Fighter? Almost 238 hours. Almost 240 hours. I'm already at gold rank with Jury. I can't wait to play more Street Fighter 6, to be honest. I will play more Jury. And by Jury, I mean Senazul. Yeah, no wonder I suck in Tekken 7. I didn't even touch at 1k hour. Fuck. No wonder my backdash is so unclean. Good gods, man. How dare. Oh, best music in the game. I think I make it a little bit smaller. And then this one close. Hydrate now. I should drink more. And so should you all. Hydrate, very important. Y'all better keep that moist out. Keep the moist. Definitely looked like a dragon to you. Nice, thank you. I'm just making minor changes to make this dragon look more like dragon. Trying to. I think I'm sort of doing it. Change the snoot, adding more teeth and claws, making things glow. Make it slightly bigger. I think it's too much of a difference. It's gonna look weird. Small, medium, big, small, I guess? Not close, but make it ununiformed. Looks like broken teeth, to be honest. Oh, I should make it bent the other way. Oh, like this instead of this. You know what I mean? Let me change it real quick. Sorry about the construction noises if you guys hear it. Yeah, bent this way. Am I right? Oh my god. "9:04 p.m. in Honolulu." Honolulu? That sounds so cool. Honolulu sounds cool. That's a place name? Wow, it's so much better than Malaysia, than Terengganu, than Penang, than Selangor, than Bintulu, Sarawak, Kuching. Honolulu though. I don't know, I feel like Honolulu sounds pretty cool. Oh, can I just mirror X? Yeah, I can just mirror this. No, hi Narix. You're just a princess today. Not a good princess. Yeah, I'm just a prince. I'm just I'm just a princess today, yeah. How's the Narix? Honolulu is in Hawaii. Oh. Don't they have the boss music? Oh, they put the boss music towards the end. Oh, that's weird. It's fine. Not the island Hawaii, but on Oahu? Oahu. Wow, the naming sense is pretty... Aye! Foxy Foxy. Hi, the bully. Hello, Foxy Foxy. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I'm so lazy to add all the teeth. You know, if I use the time that I spent complaining and just do this, it'll be faster. Just fucking duplicate it. Just do it the lazy way. No one's gonna look in my teeth and go like, oh shit, is that a teeth? Wow, fuck. That doesn't look like a teeth. No one's gonna do that. Actually, maybe someone might do it. I'm scared now. Oh no. And no one's gonna go into my mall and just be like, hey, that tooth looks jank. No one's gonna do that. No, maybe someone does, I don't know. Oh, maybe there's more connoisseurs. Oh, speaking of, there's one video I want to show. Someone sent it, I think it was Mies that sent it to the Discord channel last night. I was like, okay, I'm laughing my ass off. It's a shorts, I think? Yeah, it's a shorts. Let me mute this. Change it to watch. There we go.
It was
Watch this. This is great. Because I play Jury, and then Jury's Street Fighter 5 outfit ranked, they say? Give me a second. Look at this, look at this. It's tradition. It's a tradition to always scan and ouch me at first thing. Wow.
It was perfect. Perfect. Everything.
I mean, it's alright, like...
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It was perfect.
It was complete dog shit.
Everything.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It's the biggest piece of
It
dog
was
shit.
perfect. Perfect. Everything.
I mean, it's alright, like...
Hey, God in heaven.
It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Woo! I can. The Charlie Woo is the best. Hi. I arrived to your stream after my friend helped me get the bright foxtail on Roblox World Zero? Roblox? And I'm actually tearing up because how good of a friend they are. Nice. Cherish your friends. Again.
It was perfect.
It was perfect.
Perfect. Everything.
I mean, it's alright, like...
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It was perfect.
It's so good.
Perfect. Everything.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
It's the biggest piece of dog
It
shit.
was perfect. Perfect. Everything.
I mean, it's alright, like...
Hey, God in heaven.
It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Woo! The woo gets me every time. It's so good. Cherish your friends. They're nice. Like lately, I've been... I know I don't talk a lot online, especially messaging. I don't. I'm terrified of messaging online, texting online. It scares me. It terrifies me to do this online. But lately, I've been trying to put away the fear of like the anxiety whenever I try to send a message, it was so scary. But I've been trying to tackle that problem. I don't know if it's working, but I'm still trying my best. This one I want to put it big. And so also lately there are a few friends that's been really good to me, and I think yeah, it's making my life a lot better. Because they made me realize how much I get down. I get degraded every time I'm in this family. I still love my family, I do. I know I complain about them a lot, or all the time, I do. But man, the way they treat me, it's just so painful. So yeah, having friends that treat you well is really good. You know, I still want to listen to the stage music. The boss music is too short. Let's go replay the playlist. Can I just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Like, I'm gonna do it, man. That's right. That's right. I am initiating lazy mode because I am very heckin' lazy currently. What if I look from afar? What if I look from afar? I'm scared. Oh no. Hey! You cannot see it. I mean, that's okay, right? Oh, Sans Legend, hi! It's been Zoom since I joined, but I love it. Oh, thank you! Oh yeah, there. This is the whole thing that I have. It's a dragon. I've been trying to... I've been changing slowly, like small changes to make it look more like a dragon. So yeah, so far so good, I think. And I'm just adding teeth and at the same time trying to figure out what to change. The fun times, but I'm just gonna lazy this one. No, what do you mean no? You don't want me to initiate lazy mode? I bet I can make all the teeth a little bit bigger. Just don't be pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, well. Sure, I guess. I'm just gonna lay...
And welcome.
Sense Legend, thank you. Appreciate. Also, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Lazy mode sounds relaxing. I know, right? Lazy mode sounds relaxing. It totally does. Let's do lazy mode with some variations. Good thing the construction today is slightly further away. And then 2 big ones. Oh, the lines of this one looks like shit. Let me see. Yeah, that's why. Ah, yeah. Yo 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 yo. Let me change it. This one here. That's not a good curve. Especially this one. I was working on my masterpiece and accidentally shift delete and forgot to save. That's unfortunate. Well, you did remind me to save then. I'm an actual dickhead, you're welcome. There we go, this shape looks normal. Ah, yeah. Do you think the teeth is too close together? Is there such a thing as teeth being too close together? Oh, there's also one game that's like way older than the game that I've been listening to. I forgot what it's called. Russian Attack? Is it Russian Attack? Russian Attack. NES. Oh yeah, it is Russian Attack. Oh my god, this is like the... They have the best funny music. What do we call this game? Russian Attack. We call this game Stab the Ass. Like literally, that's what you do in the game. I know it's like stab on the enemy, but no, because the motion and the position that you stab is at the ass. So that's why we ever call it Stab the Ass game. Let me see. Soundtrack playlist 21. How many music do you have? Let me pause this one. Yeah, this one is way older. 1987. I'm not even born yet. The music is so... Okay, it's kinda good, Also, let me close this. Best music in the game. You hear this and then it makes me want to stab someone. We are Russian attacking! We're being compromised! You know what I can do? Who? What? Narix, what did you say? Oh. Is this you? I'm already liking this face. Look at that. Oh my god, that is a pure... I think that's pure fear. Or panic. I don't know. It's a cute one. I love it. Small teaser. I won't know what it is. I cannot wait. I mean, I can wait. Can have an aaaaa emoji. Oh, you mean something like this that I drew on my own? I need to update my emote someday. Well, someday. And this someday is gonna be a long time. Where is it? I drew this on my own. Don't ask me why I suddenly had this idea. Oh my god, that's... Oh, that one is so cute though, the T-Rex crying. This one is... Let me go to my screenshots. Is this face. So I try to copy this face. I mean... I mean, it's there, right? It's there. Yeah, I had fun working on this one, but as emoji, they don't really work because the shading just doesn't pop. You know what I mean? Like the shading doesn't pop. You can't see it. You cannot see it until you look into it. And it's like, oh, it's those kind of shading. So I might want to change it into, yeah, something similar to that one of you, to that one you sent. That I think I love. You know what? I don't think I love. I love. That was good. That was so adorable. Oh, there's also a game called Life Force. I don't know if you guys heard of it. Life Force is also really fun. This is what lazy mode is all about, baby. Look at this. The lazy mode is engaged. Lazy mode is a go. Like, for real, I am so lazy. I don't like doing teeth. I really don't. I have to do it. Because I learned it the hard way. A creature without teeth is no creature. It's just cursed. Edge? Did I tell you about Ravenlock? No, what is that? Is there a game? Is there a game called Ravenlock? Xbox and Bethesda is an indie action role-playing game developed and published by Canadian studio Coco Cucumber and released for Windows, Xbox One, Xbox Series S. On May 4th? Wait, it's already released. What's the game? Okay, let me look at this and see if I can get an idea what the game is about. Minecraft? I see Minecraft. Why is this Minecraft? The rest is not really Minecraft. Really? Okay, yeah, it's all Minecraft. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see it now. It's very blocky. It is amazing. Great. This looks good. I especially love creature design like this. My god, this is so good. Oh fuck yeah, this is amazing. This one's pretty normal, just a bonk. But this, give me more crazy fiend design. Give me the crazy eye demons. It looks so good. Give me a cross mouth. They open their mouth like this. It's like, my god, it's so good. Multiple hands as well. Yeah. Oh my god. Dude, that is so good. Oh my god. What I do, Rico's think. I just like the demon design. Based on the story of Alice in Wonderland? Oh, no wonder I don't know anything about it because I never watched or know anything about Alice in Wonderland. Cute blocky bunai though, look at that. Blocky bunai. Is this your wake up call? I'm already awake. I've been awake this whole time. I've been doing art. What do you mean? I'm awake. You bully. You bully. Whoa, I never heard this one before. You know, it's probably because this game is hard as fuck. I can't even get past that stage. I can't even get past third stage. This game's insanely hard. So is most NES games, to be honest. Well, the game is suddenly so hype. I went to sleep at 2 AM yesterday. Same. Can't sleep well last night. Talking about if you play Minecraft, I'll be waking you up. Oh, don't worry. I don't think I'll be playing Minecraft anytime soon. I played it last year, I think. I enjoyed it, but I just don't know what to do afterwards. Oh, I didn't mean to. I was trying to do save as. I replaced my precious file. Fuck. It's okay. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Alright, I'm gonna join all of these. Alright. And I mean it. I will join all of these. I'll skip this one. I'm more like playing Roblox. I don't think Roblox kind of entices me to play the game. Just because even if there's dragons in the game, they are so blocky to a point where I don't really like them. I don't know if you guys heard of the game Trove. I played it back then, I did. Trove, this one. Yeah, there's a lot of dragons in here. There is even a class where I can transform into a dragon, but it's just so blocky. It's I'm looking at the cube and then people say that it's a dragon. I mean, sure it's a dragon, but it's so cube. So I dropped it. I don't like it. It doesn't... It's not simpable, you know, it's not simpable. I want full-fledged flash dragon where they can, you know, it's simpable. Oh my god, what? That hurts my ear. Sometimes the game was a bit unfair. Which game, Trove? Roblox? Unfair? I mean, if an MMORPG is fair, that wouldn't be a game. Why? Because no one is gonna pay for the game to do microtransactions to keep the game alive. So yeah, MMORPG know that it's not going to be fair, if ever. Because there's microtransactions. And you need those microtransactions to have fun in the game. Sometimes. In MMOs. So far, I think the game that I enjoy a lot without having to throw money in is MapleStory. A game where you can actually enjoy the full content. Just takes more time to farm things, that's it. You don't need microtransactions to buy stronger gear. The gear can be bought with in-game currency. So, it's an okay game, it's not bad. I have a level 214 event, which is a class where you can control dragons. You bond with a dragon, so yeah, it's a not bad of a game. Okay, we duplicate. We mirror X, I think. Okay, and then change this one. There, done. Teeth done. Do not play it, sometimes doesn't make sense. I played it, but I don't want to play it because the dragon just doesn't makes me want to simp on them. Always dragon to control them. I mean, since you're bonding with the last Onyx dragon breed, and it's like we are like the descendant of Fred, which is like the dragon master. And then we eventually went from a farm boy in the game, or girl, to a dragon master. What's our oh oh wait, I mean, if you search in E62 if you, I'm sure if you search in E61, you're gonna see something. Like, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see something. They just repeat? It's just repeating. Cave area. Whoa. Wow, the music is so hype, holy shit. It's like a last stage music. Okay, rejoin this. I think we should join all the teeth, I think. Oh wait, guys, I forgot. Okay, I can. Good. I put teeth below. I didn't put teeth above. I didn't put teeth above. I'm stupid. You know what? Now I'm out for some Street Fighter music. Anyone out for some Jamie's theme? I'm in. Suddenly a change of vibe, that's good. Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go toilet for a little bit. I enjoy the music. Wait, there. Taking a little small break. I'll be right back real quick. Oh, I still have this one, I think. I don't have a be right back scene, don't worry about it. There. Oh no, actually I think I put it. I'll put it there. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. I'm ready to add teeth. I'm gonna add more teeth. Let me close this one. Okay. I think I can just cheat, right? I think it's dead. Mirror Z and why? Oh? Oh, I need to mirror all. Okay. This one, I think. If I add minus, I think it just goes the wrong way. Yeah. You stop procrastinating and get ready to go gym? Okay. Go gym. Go gym. Get swole. Have fun in gym. I don't think I want to go to gym like ever in this lifetime in this lifetime anymore. I know there's like a very strong feeling towards gym. I think it's just because I get I get a bad experience in gym, which just makes me doesn't want to go there anymore. It's kind of scary. I believe I shared this before, but yeah, when I was changing the weights, I got my butt slapped by someone, and I was just like, oh no. And then I look up, there's someone winked at me. It's like, oh no, I don't want. Oh, then I just went home immediately after that. Like, that shit scares the shit out of me. And I don't want that, you know? I don't want that. I don't want people just randomly slap my butt and just wink at me, like, the fuck off, you know? I don't want it. So yeah, after that, I just don't have a good feeling about gyms anymore. It's I wouldn't say traumatizing, but to me it kinda is. It's scary, I don't want it. So yeah. There we go, we got the teeth. The lazy mode. This is front teeth up. This front teeth down. I need to have up down just because. Or maybe I should just join them. I don't know if I want to make them into one mesh. I'll think about it. Perfect. Perfect. Look at that. Good as new. Okay, we got all the teeth. So now we just need to like... I'll do a separate save again. Because this is intricate work. Intricate. The most intricate moment. So teeth wise, I want the below as one mesh and the upper as one mesh. So here, join. And then with this, and this, join. So we're front teeth down, front teeth up. That's how we know. So that's easier for me to do blend shapes as well after that. After this, I mean. Looking for a front looks okay. I'm surprised. just don't zoom in. If you zoom in, you see that this shape is so bare bones. bare bones teeth. Oh. Sorry, let me check something off stream real quick. You guys can still hear like the fart noises, which is fine. I'm just gonna check something off stream real quick, alright? This is sensitive information that I cannot show. Because apparently I received a message in regarding with my insurance. Why though? Oh, hi Merv. Welcome. Welcome to my very low energy stream. I am sleep deprived, so I am very low energy currently. I hope you're doing good, Merv. Welcome in. Why does she need a knife? Fine, preoccupied chasing sausage anyway. Cool. I want to chase sausage. Chasing sausage sounds fun. Okay, I'm done checking things. It's sure enough. I wonder why the insurance company is like messaging me. Weird. Alright, I'm back. So this is what I had so far. Yeah, that looks not bad, honestly. Like this, I changed. Oh, Narix haven't seen it yet, but I added a golden light. Oh wait, Narix is here. I had the golden stripes here now, and also added a little yellow lemon eyes. Chun-Li? Yo! Felt muscle. That's not a felt muscle. Oh, did Mika release it in Nexus? Or something? Let me check out Mika's Twitter. Belt muscle marking. You know what? I don't know. I don't know why the way that I added this sports band and also the thing. So it's all like a particular marking. I think your panda eyes can tilt slightly. I mean, I can change it in. I can change the texture in substance afterwards. Yeah. By tilting slightly, you mean like this goes there, and this one goes a little bit up, right? That's what you mean, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. After changing its substance, it's not too much of a hassle. It's okay. Mika tail lover. Walking wig as Chun-Li? Oh my god, the hair physics works? I'm gonna comb. I'm actually gonna comb. What the fuck, dude? That is actually so fucking good. And the lip sync as well. Link to another mod on Discord. Okay. Pre-release of pre-release, so I can play as that character in TOTK now. Ooh, cool. This is what I'm looking at. Pokken Tournament looking real good right now. Okay, like Pokken Tournament is looking really good. It's real and it's working. It's real and it's, oh my god, it's so fucking good. I cannot believe. I downloaded Bowser Honda and I got it to work yesterday. It's so good. Help. Look at, oh my god. Fucking why? It's so good. Yeah, Mika managed to do. I was like, there's blinking and walking wake? What the fuck? Damn. Oh, good choice of making two level 8 CPU do the work for you. That was clever. Damn, what a fucking combo! What the fuck? Schmicks? DI? Refresh? Damn. The hair physics kind of works. It's insane. Level 1? Damn, alright. Luna Jury. I don't like Luna Jury. I prefer Salazar Jury, to be honest. I don't know why Luna just doesn't click. I know Luna is a really good looking character. Everyone loves Luna. But me, not really. Damn, Salazar cooking. Oh, Chun-Li's fighting back. Jury's getting cooked. Damn, what a combo! TK lightning kick? Initial jump? DI parry that shit? Don't do it to me, Chun-Li says. Fuck you, let me hit you with a big boy DI that's 50% scale, I don't care. Damn, Chun-Li destroyed Salazar. Fucking, that looks so good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna come. Yeah. JP has Mr. Harriman. JP has this. Yeah, there's no 2D model for Mr. Harriman. Whole Lucha Lily? Whole Lucha Lily? Damn, people are like giving ideas. Oh, Mian Xiao? Who would be good for Mian Xiao? Manon? Manon is Mian Xiao? I mean, Manon has ballet, judo, dance, the command grabs, you know. I think Manon's moveset and movement sort of fits Mian Xiao a little bit. So yeah, Mika did mention that we released the Nexus mods later today or tomorrow morning, which is like 15 hours ago, but I don't know if it's already here. You know, I could go check it. User files. Okay, it's not uploaded yet. The Salazar Jury and Mewtwo JP only. It's okay, I can wait. Okay, we got the model here. Now it's the painful part of blend shapes. Oh my god, okay, let's do it. You thought adding teeth was painful. Wait until you hear about adding blend shapes. Oh my god. Okay, so this is more or less the model. Oh yeah, the texture. Let me add it real quick. Oh, alter it. Jamie's theme is so fun. Oh, let's listen to Zangief. Oh yeah, Zangief's theme is hype. I'm making the song a little bit louder. Dun, dun, dun. Something like this. Maybe it's pointing a little bit to upwards now. Around here. Maybe this? It seems to be pointing, like, you see this part here and also here. This one, okay, the front is definitely okay now. This one, it's not necessarily pointing upwards, but it's pointing this way. But I kind of want to make it point outwards a little bit just because it has a little bit of a sass to it, you know? The sass. I want the sass. I'll keep it this way. Add a lash at the end. Ooh. Bold, are we? Oh wait, I should have added that one first. So this. Turning up or down will fit better, or if there's any meaning tied to the way it is. I mean, I just like the little curve down. Whenever I go for eyelashes, I always love going this particular shape. I always love this, like this. But this one, I guess. You know what? Hey, it doesn't hurt to try it out. Edge? Uh-oh. Don't worry, I'm not missing much. I mean, wow. I mean, both works. Yeah, they both kind of work, I think. But I guess I still like the classic this. How about both? Nah, there's no both. Both means that it's just badly cared. Downwards is better, at least more fitting. I was thinking the same thing, that's why I'm like keep trying. How do I do it downwards again? Fuck. Yeah, downwards fit more. I think it's because of this. You see this? And you know, as I said multiple times, S is good design. Look at that. Right? If you get the general S shape, it's pretty good. No matter what kind of S it is, like even if it's a little extreme, like this, even it's pretty good. Or even this. This is also like a pretty good. Like S in general is a good design. I love S in general. Eye of Horus. Eye of Horus, let's go. Make it thicker a little bit. So I'm just following this and yeah, I'm digging this. The muscle monkeys. Muscle. Yeah, range? What do you mean? No, you're just overthinking this. What do you mean? That's not a muzzle. Really, it's just a yip to you? A yip to you, huh? You can't unsee. I'll blame you then. It's not. It's not. It's just markings to make it look. You know, honestly, you know what? To be very very honest with you, like let's not look at it as a muzzle marking for now. Even though it look kind of is, but it's not. The reason I'm adding this one is because I feel like the face is a little too bare bones, and I can't think of any more design to add, other than just add a line like this. And I think I like it. I was thinking like, maybe sort of. I want to add something like. Don't mind the bump, but I was thinking maybe like after the white part, and I just want to add like a little straight marking towards the nose. And was like, where do I stop? Or maybe if I stop here, you know, but it just doesn't really. It doesn't really make sense, albeit it looks kind of cool. But I don't know what this is supposed to be. You know what, actually this looks kind of cool, now that I think about it. The H? The H with this? We're experimenting. I mean, texture is fine, we can always just replace it, so that's why I'm super daring with this. The panda eye is supposed to be natural scale fur color. Would you rather it be actually putting eyeshadow? Make it glossy so that you have shiny panda eye? Think the stripes better if it doesn't meet? Looks like Go Post. Go Post! You mean the original stripes? But if they don't meet, it just kind of looks weird to just end halfway though. Like a full circle, you know. Although glossy panda eyes, I did try before. I think it's a little much. But then it's like, oh, a diva. You know, maybe it's like a diva. Sorry. The one you just added? Don't make the lines meet? Oh, you mean the H. So what you're saying is... just do this? Through the nose? Yeah, I don't know. That's why experimentation is fun too. Welcome back, Rocket. I like to experiment lots of things, lots of different things. Now that I think about it, this doesn't look too bad. The yellow line from the start now, I think it adds a bit. Right? It does add a bit. But don't make it bump lah, like. Okay, remove this for now. The bump just a horn ridge under the skin. Horn ridge under the skin? Oh, you mean like something to, sorry, something like this? Like the bumps before the horn starts? Question mark? Is that what you mean? This? No? Never mind. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm being a dumb. Now that I think, let's try the eyelash again, like the glossy eyelash again. Why is this one not glowing? Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I can't tell because I didn't add the eyes here. We experiment. And before you just make the whole dragon glow, and that's something else already. I mean, if I were to make the dragon glossy, I would just make it black. You know, if I were to do it, you know, if I were to do it, it's a huge if. I'm saying it's just a huge if. Like I'll just do this, you know. I'll just like mega metallic, mega rough, and then just like make it. Oh look, it's something else. Looks to me like a certain thing that could transform you into something. Looks to me like a certain thing that could transform you into something else, but I don't know what it is. I cannot really put my hand into it. Like, what is that? I cannot tell. I don't know what it is. Oh my god. Like mega roughness, mega black. Sus. Sussy. This will be my Halloween dragon. Halloween dragon, just do this. October avatar, scary. Don't touch me. Yeah, I feel like the alright, let's get back here. I feel like the glossy on the eye it's a little too much, I think. Spook. Yeah, I'll spook you, alright? In October. Get ready for. Anyone know of the game changed? No. I'll stop. I'll stop. Imagine making latex piece like that so easy. Wow. just slap black or white, I don't know, and then just like slap maximum roughness. And profit. Oh, you know what? What if I add? Okay, you know what? Narix, this is not a muzzle line if I add this one. It's not a muzzle if I add this one, you know? It's not. Like, what if I combine? What if I combine? We connect here. I agree. If you want to add more stuff to your bridge, how about some shiny Solar Dragon? You're supposed to be asleep. And chevrons? This is strap that connects to them. You're just thinking too much. It's not. What if no? This is like a magic. Can I say this? Will I get banned? Will I get like? Will I get a fucking Twitch TOS? Will I get TOS? What if it's a magically enchanted marking? That only a particular someone is allowed. I could go figure. Go figure. Also, oh, I forgot to ask Narix, what's a chevron? Apa itu chevron? Magically enchanted market. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier. At this run you add a line under the muzzle too? Under the muzzle? How? A V? I mean, isn't this technically a V if I like do this? Isn't this technically a V? A chevron is a V. So what, just like... Huh? A V style mucking? On where? Nose? What? I am mega confused. Well, is this a V? That looks like a V to me. You know, I should look up what chevron is so that I can get an idea of what you mean.
Chevron.
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 Chevron. A V-shaped line or stripe, especially one of the sleeve of a uniform indicating rank or length of service? Heraldry? Or an honor in the form of broad inverted V-shape? Mark of rank or longevity of service? Of service?
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
Of longevity of service? Narks, are you onto something? Oh, it's an army thing, okay. I'm not an army, it's fine. Where's my service? Where's my burger? I have shoes. Here's the delayed redeem when you were showing my character. Sent you on Discord, I was more thinking of something like that. Okay. Oh, isn't that like an army thing? Lamau. Narix double posted again. Narix double posted. Let's go. Same mind, same mind. Like yellow stripes and that pattern on the head. Okay. So if you don't know who Bob is, he is Eldritch Demon looking out. Yeah, we named it. We named Bob. Is Bob here? Oh, hi Bob. Say hi Bob to me. Hey, look, it's okay. Same mind, same mind. Dragon's great, okay? With the Wiki Tower boasting because those are quality dragon posting. Those are quality dragon posting. Also, Solar Dragon, I saw your post in general, I think. That dragon makes me cry. that situation makes me cry. Why do people do that? That's evil. That's vile. Treat your dragon well, alright? Controlling camera with fucking tablet is so difficult. Oh, I forgot to make it sharp first. I'm stupid. You saw a post? Yeah. Breast Draggy is getting light too. You know what? Context, if anyone here doesn't know what I'm talking about. In my Discord server, let me read you what happened. Oh shit, it's in Maymay's, sorry, it's not in general. The story. My party lied to a brass dragon today. I just have to share this. His name was Barnaby. He was like a puppy. He gave us shade from the desert sun with his wings and wanted to hear all about our adventures. When we tried to leave, he got real sad and told us to keep talking with him. Our bard threw a very bad save by the dragon and charmed him into gathering things to throw us a party when we came back. 4 moons from now, our world... 4 moons from now, our world has 2 moons. And he interpreted it as 2 days. He flew off to make party preparations. Our bard was lying. And our party has no intention to return there. Fucking hell! Why? This is probably going to come back to haunt us, but I just can't stop imagining poor Barnaby wearing a little party hat, all alone at the celebration that nobody else showed up for. Brass dragons are supposed to be chatty, mostly curious and not very threatening, and also is considered the weakest metallic dragon. Chaotic good alignment. Oh, treat your brass dragon well, goddammit. Don't lie to him. What did the brass dragon ever do? Why would you lie to a dragon? Me, when I find him, I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. Yeah, I just want to talk to him. Plus the gun. The gun wants to talk as well, you know? So him acting like a puppy sounds very normal. I already love him. The amount of notice. Don't worry about it! Don't look at it! Don't! I am scared, okay? I am scared. I cannot handle online messaging, okay? I'm sorry. I don't know. Anarix, this looks even more ominous. It's pointing at the it's pointing at the stripe, implying there's something going on. Why does this look more ominous? What are you doing to me? My current D&D character will not let this happen. To be fair, he will immediately befriend the brat. Is there 3 of them? Well, even if it's just one of them, it's pointing there. It's pointing there. Point the other way. Okay. I'll point the other way. That just means something else. God, that scared me. Up. Look at that. Perfect. Wow. Don't need to look at the belt. Don't look down. Like, oh, he's just saving. Fuck, let's get a shit on. Actual fear, I hate it. Can I make a lizard folk in D&D? I mean, I already have a kobold. Anyone remember Yip Yap Sweet Song? A character me and Silver made when we were in a voice chat. It's like, let's make a kobold bard that will yip at the face and then they'll do our bidding. They will do my bidding. Introducing Yip Yap Sweet Song. I think I have the character sheet somewhere. Let me find it. Can make a lizard folk. Nice. Hello, Nita. Konnichiwa, Nita. It's always nice to see you. I enjoy looking at your stream. You have nice voice. Where's my D&D Beyond? I need to show my heckin' Yip Yip Sweet Song. It's a kobold bard, come on. I need to show my kobold bard. There it is. Wow, that took a while. No art, but Yip Yip Sweet Song. Class and level, I don't know. Player name, I don't know. Race, kobold. Wow, there's so many words. What are these? I don't know. What am I looking at? I can change the size? Can I make it bigger? That looks right. Okay. Bard features. What is these, like PHP 52? Magical inspiration, jack of all trades. I don't know what these are. College of Glamour. I was like, ooh, hey, glamour. I wanted to go glamour. I don't know what this is. I don't know what these are. Oh, hi, Barnaby. Go to bed. Yeah, I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to go to bed yet. There we go, Yip Yip Sweet Song. I don't know what to do with this. But I have a kobold bard. I have a kobold bard. Are you trying to force me to sleep, Rocket? You said no, you cannot just tell me to go to sleep. And Narix, I'm not gonna add the arrows.
Emotional damage!
Wow, Narix, I'm not gonna add the arrows. Oh my god, okay, I am not sleeping. I am not gonna go to sleep.
Emotional damage!
Even if you bully me. No. Kobold doesn't go Kobold doesn't go to sleep. Nuh-uh. Let me just add a little bit here. Thanks. Where is this fucking recover? Gay? I don't know if I'm gay. I am trans and NB. Recently came out. Non-binary as well. Look, Narix, this is not a muzzle belt mark. Okay. You're thinking too much. It's not a muzzle belt mark. Look, I'm gonna add this. Alright, I'm gonna add this. It's not gonna be a muzzle belt mark. Look. Add this. Look. Wow. It is no longer a muzzle belt mark. I don't know, this actually looks kind of cool, I guess. I'm supposed to be doing blend shapes, but look at what I'm doing right now. So I hope you're doing good, Ponyapi. We're coming in. We were debating whether what to add. You're a muzzle belt. Okay, Barnaby. Okay. 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 Wait a heckin' a second. wait just a heckin' second. How could you say that I am a muzzle belt? Oh, I thought it crashed. Oh my god. I'm very tired. I mean, it is Monday, I can understand. I assume you just finished teaching? Barnaby Bar... Bear Nabi Bar? I'm sorry, that's how I'm gonna call you now, BB. Bear Nabi Bar! I will apologize in advance, but I will... Oh shit. No, I'm not gonna add any more, like, come on. If I add anything in... This is fine. This is fine. I'm exporting the texture. Alright, I am exporting a Z texture. This one, vector, default tree. Wait, 1 or 3? Sorry, 3. Sorry. Is Bob there? Yeah, I am a bar, a ceiling if you will, a glass one. A bar, a ceiling, and a glass bar ceiling blob, but it's such high tech. Yeah, let's replace this. Save? Oh, I already saved, yeah. Look at that amount of sass. Look at that amount of sass. Do you see the sass? Sorry, I'm getting unstable. I'm actually getting unstable. Okay, I will drink. Hey, don't drown me, I'm just a little kobold. You as a dragon should not be bullying a kobold. Nuh-uh. Pretty eyes? I know. Me like, Google you fuck. Alright, there, okay. Have you seen this half glazed fin and half glazed horn? I am having so much fun with putting in glaze or gold, metallic things, shiny. Alright. I must leave, I'll be back, don't do anything stupid. No promises. You're dealing with a goddamn kobold. You're telling a kobold not to do anything stupid. No promises. Okay, let me see. Now I just need to do blend shape things. I saved, right? Let's combine both eyes. Oh, the vertex group has to be in... Ooh, that's difficult now. Let's not touch the eyes first then. Vertex group has to be in here. And also I think with the fur... Do I want jiggle first? Can I add jiggle first? I don't know. Oh, hi Wolfie Kobold. Hello fellow Kobold. Can confirm just ate asbestos? What is that? What is that? What? I never heard of asbestos. Asbestos? Kenapa saya tak tahu apa itu asbestos? Asbestos. Stealing? Wait a minute. Stealing? Wide range of manufactured goods, mostly in building. Wow, Wolfie, and where'd you get that gourmet food? I need that gourmet that is called asbestos. Can I have some? Can you share with fellow Kobold? I need that gourmet asbestos. I'm thinking like I want to add a second. I'm just gonna add 2 bones. Okay, here's the idea. So I'm not done with armature then. I want to add 2 bones that connects with the head. Let's do some. There's taste of cotton candy in the wall. My god, I need it. I'm jealous now. This one, add one of these. Clear parents. Sorry. Go here. I need 2 bones for this. I've learned my lesson. Alright, I need 2 bones. one more. Outside more. Bam. Okay, this is what we call main. Main 2. Bob is doing renovations. Oh my god, what the fuck? Bob is evolving? Your drink is so pretty. Oh! Thank you, Solar. Also, this to this, connect. Make, keep offset. Is that right? Why are you connecting to that? Oh, wait, this is head. I'm stupid. Okay. Parent, make, keep offset. There we go. So what this does is that the second part of this fur I love eating cotton candy from walls. It's so tasty. Wolfie, you're just making me jealous at this point. You're eating glass? Oh, it's not glass. Have you heard of the gourmet food called asbestos? I want it. I want it. See, the thing is, every time I do my models, I was like, I want to keep changing something, because when I look at the model, I don't feel that I want to simp on them. But now when I look at the model, it's like, okay, this is very simpable, and then this is how I know that this is the model that I want. I've changed until to a point where I'm like, okay, you know. So yeah, I'm okay with this. Maybe some minor changes in the future as well. I don't know. I haven't added tongue in yet, so I have to add it in. Don't quote me on this. Why might do the model for free because I think a character? Oh god, no! I'll tip you. if you do make the model, don't worry. But of course, please don't push yourself to do this. It is 15% glass shards. I still have it in my hands. Don't maybe don't grab glass shards with your hands because that is very hazardous. Don't. That sounds dangerous. You could eat don't. You could eat. This is all a joke. You can eat asbestos though. It's a joke. I'm a kobold. It's a joke. Don't actually go eat asbestos, alright? For fuck's sake, I don't even know what that shit is. It's a joke. We're having fun here. A viewer just like a very clear. I want to clear things out. Most of the things I said is a joke. Kobolds love asbestos? Yes. Don't eat asbestos, it's dangerous, only kobolds can eat it. Another yes. Thank you. Thank you. That is good. Also, 50% glass shards is not glass rocket. It's not even half glass. I'm not eating glass. Okay, how do I do this? I think this one I need to be in. I think I need to parent this with this. But I'm gonna save. Oh, I don't like the technicality. I'm gonna try. Save. So the fur plus this one. Parent object, I think. Yeah, parent object. So now if the body moves, the fur will probably follow. I was wrong. I'm stupid. Okay. But then Are they like one model now? No, they're not. But they're here. You fellow Kobold, you too, Wolfie, fellow Kobolds, yeah. We love Kobolds. Never enough Kobolds. Yeah. Are we talking about the pink fluff in the walls? We don't talk about pink fluff in the walls. Is that asbestos? I don't know what it is. Hi, Brecky. Yep. We yippin'. Or yippin' up a storm. You mean cotton candy? Wait a minute. Wait, it is cotton candy. I think with empty groups. Yeah, let's pair with empty groups. How about that? If not, I might have to just join the model. Yeah, I might have to just join the model. Okay, just join. Do I even need to join? Oh, wait, I'm parenting the wrong thing. I should parent this and the armature. So that they fall under the same group. Okay, with empty groups. There, now they're under the same. Since it's empty groups, so I don't think it's gonna work still. But I think this is a one step towards the right way. Yeah, okay. Now there's one thing I want to try. White paint. I can separate my white paint. Yes, it works. Okay. Oh, I'm cooking. I'm actually cooking. Okay, auto-normalize, very important. Auto-normalize. If you don't do auto-normalize when you're doing weight painting, I'll shit my pants. That means everything will be broken. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, here's my idea. So last time I mean my Kobold model, this because of the fluff, I messed up the weight paint. So the fur behaves weirdly as well. So here I'm trying to... Maybe if I can try to... With automatic weights? I don't know if that's a good idea. I want to see what automatic weights does. I already saved, it's fine. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I think it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, we already parent as empty group, I think. Oh no, it's not. Okay. So here, parent, the groups. And now we can do weight paint. Let's do it manually. Let's take it slow. Alright, I want this model to be A-okay. So let's take it slow. Also, do not ever use mix because you don't know what's gonna happen with the ones that is with one that you subtracted. So what I want is half below. I want all the bottom half, which is why I'm doing this. One bone control the bottom half, and I just want to jiggle the other half. I chose the wrong bone. I chose the wrong bone. This is normal Kobold behavior. This is normal Kobold behavior. Alright, let's do it again. Wait, plane. This bone. Go here. Go add. Advance. Front faces only. Symmetry. X. Options. Auto normalize. Okay. And now we do again. For real this time. Excusez-moi, are you trying to scare me? How I don't like weight painting. But it is something that I need to do to make it work. I'll leave the tail fluff alone. The tail fluff, I just want him to follow my tail properly, that's it. This is not gonna go well. But hey, if things goes too well, it is not Blender. It's only normal when things go apeshit. It is very normal. I just want them to sort of have like the control of the tip of the fur, and see if I can try to sort of have add jiggle physics to them, and that they don't break the whole thing. It's what I'm trying to go for, and I hope it actually works. Never tried this before, but hey, never try, never know. So yeah, here I'm trying to do this. cannot subtract you. I cannot subtract you. Why can I paint on you? What? Oh, symmetry. Wait, I'm subtracting. Oh no. Wait, did I fuck something up? I'm subtracting. What do you mean? Okay, this is bad. Why does subtract add? Oh god. Yeah, I have to paint it. I intersected them. You know what? It's fine. Only a little bit. I didn't think of this, did I? Crap. Why can't I subtract? That's not subtract. I don't know what's gonna happen if I keep it like this. You know, just wait. I hate. Okay, fine. I will allow these few fur to move along. Alright. This is gonna be so stupid.
Emotional damage.
Thinking. Okay, just keep it this way for now. I'm gonna try keeping it this way for now and see what's gonna happen. I'm scared. I'm a little scared. And also I think I need to slowly join all the teeth and everything into one single body mesh. Let's tackle the blend shapes, man. Okay. This is two different meshes, which is fine. But the teeth and everything needs to be the same mesh as the body so that I can control them. Also, I've actually seen Bob he very big boy. Oh, Bob is great. Okay, I have an idea. We choose everything here, layout, and we this one modeling. Don't choose anything. So now if I go to modeling, this will choose all the teeth. Even if I join this and this, I think. Okay, it's choosing only the teeth. We can double check. Okay, only the teeth, right? Only the teeth. So I can always have this upper teeth assign. We can select and deselect it. They are technically the same mesh, but see, it's the same mesh now. It's not like the below teeth where I can just select it. So they're the same mesh, but because of vertex group, I can choose them separately. I can move them. Perfect. Okay, now we do the same thing for the bottom teeth. Modeling, select everything, layout, go to this one, modeling, get out, go to layout again, and then we parent this. We don't parent, we join. Join. Then now modeling, it is all teeth. Rename lower teeth. Assign. Now we can select and deselect them. So now we can do our the thing. Oh, I haven't added the lower jaw yet still, or did I? Oh, I did it. Okay, so lower jaw select. It selects the whole lower jaw. So now I can move the jaw, but not the teeth. Sort of. So now comes the shape keys. Let's go to layout. First thing, bases. You're gonna need it. This is not the bases, so we need to model this one. Bases is neutral face. We don't open our mouth like this 24/7. That doesn't make sense. So yeah, here we go. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. The teeth shows? It's weird, but I kind of want to keep it this way. I'll keep the teeth this way and see how it goes in the long run. It's also because I'm lazy, and also the teeth shows. It's kind of cool. Never seen this one before. We yippin'. Okay, let's go back to modeling. Sculpting, actually. So this is easily fixed, but also need to be careful because we cannot move too many things, or else shit we just go break. So lower down the radius. Hold shift. Oh, is it the inside? It's here, okay. Found it. And if I want, I can make the neutral face a little happier. Wait, they're not mirror? Wait, I did mirror? Oh, go back, go back, go back. Oh, shit. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. How can I make a mistake like this? Okay, mirror. Now do we mirror? Okay, now it's mirroring. Good. Not to sound weird, but it's kind of weird to see Pinky's not here. Hopefully everything is fine for them. Like, I know real life stuff can be like sad, but still, just a little worried I am. Why do I speak like Yoda? Just a little worried I am. That looks normal enough, right? Well, I know the teeth is still outside, like the bottom teeth. I'll put it in, don't worry. Okay, we deselect the lower jaw, we select the lower teeth. We basically just like sort of rotate it a little bit. Can't see much, but I just need to hide them. That looks basis enough, right? So this is the basis. And now we need to do sort of a lip sync. So we need aaaaa, aaaaa essentially. But because it's VC face, we need to have aaaaa. Let's just add 5. I mean, I is the most straightforward and easy one, I would say. God, I hate doing blend shapes. Oh, I didn't add tongue, I forgot. Shit. Wait, can I cheat? Okay, let's save a separate file. I don't know if I want to give her forked tongue. If I don't want forked tongue, this kobold tongue right here is like the minimal forked tongue. But if I want a snake tongue, I can always have. I have 2 different kinds of tongue right now. Ooh. I think it's OBJ. Wait, do I know the tongue? Well, tongue is here. What about Kobold tongue? Fork tongue? Fork tongue for this dragon? Hmm. I thought I saw Jaws the Spooter. Jaws the Spooter? Wait, you're naming creatures now? That's gonna cute. Bob is mad, much anger. What'd you do? Why'd you piss Bob off? Why? Bob is chill. I mean, I don't need to change it here, to be honest. I can always change it, since this is just a base material, I can always change it in Unity. So yeah, I don't need to spend too much time with this, but yeah, lower roughness in general. I'll give a fork tongue, why not? And now we need the tongue to be the same as the mesh, as the body mesh as well. I'll do what I do. I'll do what I can. Tongue, go to modeling. Select this. Select all. Layout, body, modeling. Those select things. Layout. Now select tongue and this. Object joint. So go to modeling, we have tongue. Assign. And the tongue should be in the bases as well. He gets mad because of the sun, I don't know why. I mean, Owl is supposedly nocturnal creature, I think. Ice Yoshi, hi. Welcome. Okay, bases, tongue. Now we have everything, I think, I hope. Okay, we have the bases, now we just need yo, right? Let's see if this works. Hey, how do we scream? How do we Oh, too much. I'm such a child. Alright. Oh, it moves the thing. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shit. Okay, you slowly move it back. Oh, this is bad. I forgot about the things inside. I think the... Oh, yeah, this one is stretched. Oh, no. Oh, crap, I forgot. How big of an R do I want? Just use proportional edit? What is that? Google, you fuck, I'm listening to music. Thanks. Alright. What is proportional edit? That's a new thing. I'm not good with Blender. Is that Bulbasaur? Oh my god, there's a cute Bulbasaur. Do it. The little circle thing under where it says compositing. Oh. Okay, let me go back. What does this do? Fall type proportional editing mode. Smooth? Fall off? Is it like it will pull the other things as well? To make it not break that hard? No! Linear. No! Random? Wow, what the fuck? Oh no! Oh! I don't know what's wrong, but there seems to be something wrong here. I can't really... I can't put my finger where it's wrong. Shit. You can also check the connected only. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, thank you. Okay. Use scroll and moving it to reduce the area. Scroll. Oh, hi Lex. I see I got here just in time for face melting. I mean, my brain has been melting for the longest time. It's only normal. Normal Kobold behavior. We are moving the thing. Scroll mouse. Oh shit! Can. Oh no! How do I click and scroll at the same time? No. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! Blender! Holy shit! Blender! What the fuck? Oh, damn! Okay. Okay. Wow. Alright. I'm into it. Just don't touch this place, then it's all good. Damn! Wow. Fuck. Actually worked out really well. I just need to smooth this part out and this part as well. Wow! Holy shit, it's so good! Oh my god. I'm crying. I don't care about this part. Look at that. What, you're gonna zoom in and see this part? It's like, oh, nope, your model doesn't work because this shit is fucked. It's like, I don't zoom that much. Now you can select kind of the tip part of the joint and use this. It's easier in my opinion. But this one sort of worked out. I just need to smooth it a little bit. Also for the teeth and everything, let me just deselect upper teeth. No, lower teeth. Go down. Okay. I know some things about Blender, and I appreciate it. Hell yeah. I've made my own VR chat avatar model in Blender. Wow. In Blender? Insane. I'm not good with Blender. God damn it. I'm not good with Blender, to be honest. I'm good. I love sculpting. That's all I have to say about it. I love sculpting. I love sculpting. Do I? Yes. Which is why I love the first part of making a model, but not the rest of the part of making a model. It's painful. I don't want to do all of these. It's so hard. But now I have help. You are a Blender? That's just rude. How does tongue work? Pen surface sculpt? Pen surface? Surface? Sculpt? What does that do? Oh, you mean this? Ooh, the tongue is behaving weirdly. I mean, this is not done yet, of course, because this part is like jank as fuck. And surface modeling means just modeling things in Blender edit mode. Oh no. Oh, I did that before. Oh shit. Oh. PTSD. Yeah, I don't like it. But man, kudos to those who can do it. It's insanely hard. Hi, Blaster. How is the Blaster doing? Let me go basis real quick. There's something I want to change. It's stinky. ML playing modeling in edit mode is the easy part. Ooh, wow, the skills. Everything in Blender is easy compared to whatever Unity is. Oh, fuck Unity. Yeah, I'm sure we all can agree. Fuck Unity. Unity is only good with all the custom import packages that you can do. Then you can just export things into VCFace or VR chat. I think that is what Unity does. If I want to use Unity to edit things, I will cry. I will cry. I will want to punch something. And I did it once back then. It's crazy hard. Just having a beer from a tree roast rice. Doing alright? Nice. Roast rice? Rendang? No, it's not rendang. What's the like rice baked in leaf? A raya thing. Is it rendang? It's not rendang. I forgot what it is. Fuck. That one is kind of delicious though. Okay, now you cannot see it. It's okay. Don't punch computer. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth. The tongue is so small now. 3 sour rice? Sour rice? 3 sour rice? Just rice? 12 ringgit? Oh. I mean, I don't know what sour rice is, but if 3 rice that has something on it for 12 ringgit is what a bargain, you know. What a bargain now. Macam yes, I tell you. Oh, 3 烧 哦3烧啊我老那讲法这样特别的真的是哦所以是烧鸡烧猪跟叉烧啦哦烧鸡烧猪叉烧我还会讲的是三个饭丢进去烧就那三份那个饭丢进去里面烧了过后拿出来12块。Okay, you know what? That is worth. That is so fucking worth. Oh, sorry. Alright. Dude, that would be such a delicacy though, I'm telling you. Now the tongue is kind of small. Wait, did it become smaller? Yeah, I think the tongue is a little bit too small now. But I think I just need to squish it a little bit. Like this. Ringgit, 12 ringgits for this is very worth. Oh yeah, I mean, just think about okay, roast chicken, 烧鸡饭. I could count it as like 6 or 7. 6 or 7. Oh, but the help. I was just thinking about how do I count. You know what? It's very worth. I don't care anymore. Hi Theo. New VTuber model. I need to. Well, technically new lah. I don't know if you. Theo, wait. Why? I don't know if you remember me doing this model, Blaster. There. So it's a remake of the it's a remake of this. So I don't know if you've seen the initial one of this model, which I don't like. I really don't. Yeah, I don't like the initial model that I made for this one back then. So I'm remaking one now. Now the dragon looks like this. I think. You know, I kind of like it, to be honest. So far, so good, you know. So far, so good, actually. You haven't? Okay, I could show you. Oh, why am I getting bullied? 6. Okay, let me hide myself real quick. I'm gonna show my shame a little bit, okay? I'm gonna hide this. Go to my PC face. Give me a second. So, PC face. Alright, I'm here now. Hi, this is the Kobold. So, this is the previous one I have. This one. I could show it like in its entirety. Don't mind the leg. I forgot to change the. I forgot to change the heckin' the T pose. I forgot to fix the legs. This is the previous model that I have for my dragon. Yeah, don't worry about it. I forgot to change the T pose. It's not the best. There are some things I don't really like, especially the face. The face is just fear, and I don't want it, which is why I sort of want to remake it. It's good, thank you. It's just not my desired, not my desired result, you know. So I'm remaking this now. Now the dragon looks like this. I also go for a more fiercer approach for this one because I already have a cutesy character. The cutesy character being the Kobold, so yeah. Thanks, Leaks. But there you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, back to the Kobold. Oh hey, I don't think I've shown you. Yeah, don't worry about it. Nothing happened. Is it rigged? Every model in VC phase is and already rigged. Like this one is also rigged. Rigged. I think I can kick. Eek. I can do Manon special. The Manon special. Like Kotosoko back medium. This is Sparta? What do you mean this is Sparta? Oh, I forgot about this. And the eyes and shit. You know you can just press R to start rotating and then Alt R to reset the rotation. Whoa! Whoa! Wait, what? You can just do that? And then alternate R. Whoa! Oh my god! Wait, that's Pod? I didn't know that. I only know to press W, E or R in Maya, but I don't know about Blender. Also, when you have everything selected in pose mode, right click and reset user transform to reset the pose. Okay, just in case, let me do this. Okay, now I'm safe. A selects all. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I know. Okay, I know about A selects all at least, but I forgot. Oh wait, did I not do the claws? Okay, I forgot. Shit, crap. Yeah, I forgot to join the claws. No big deal though. I mean, since this one is just like the same model. Is it auto weighted or full custom weights? I auto weight and then just sort of fix them a little bit. And by fix, I mean I have the cheat. I have the cheat code. I could tell you the cheat code. It's mostly auto weight. Oh shit, it doesn't follow. Fuck. Okay, you peaky fuck. That's what I usually do to all the way and no fixing. But I think there's another way of fixing it which makes things easier and makes life easier. Usually I would just do... Once I'm done with the weight paint, or like still doing after doing the weight paint, I would go weights and smooth everything. Like smooth all groups and then just sort of like make everything more smoother. Do you auto-weight it in Blender or somewhere else? Just Blender. I do everything that's technically in Blender. So I pretty much just I do UV, I do armature, rig. Let's count that as auto weight weight painting as well, and the blend shapes in Blender, and then the rest of the things I do the other way, like texturing in Substance, modeling, well, sculpting in ZBrush, and exporting to VR chat and some shit in Unity. Those are the things that I use. Oh, sorry, I regret it so much to use cylinder here. I don't want to change it. It's a personal model, it's fine. Oh wait, did I mirror? Oh, I did. Did I auto-normalize? I did. Okay, thank God. Thank you, goodness. Hey, they should follow. Yep, okay. Everything's right. Now this one should be easy. This one looks a little jank. What other part is controlling this tool? Also, yeah, so it's as a general rule of thumb, I think it's always a good idea. Once you sort of finish up your weight painting, you always do a smooth group on everything. Like all active groups, just smooth them out. Like maybe like 2 or 3 iterations. It'll make life easier. And it will make things, well, smooth. Make them behave properly. Kinda. Yeah, like this one, like very red, and then you can just like smooth them. Wait, what the hell? Why? It's my birthday. It's your birthday? Happy birthday, Smoky Dragoness. Also, welcome in. Hope you have a great birthday. Do you have any celebrations planning? Not. Oh yeah, silly me. Happy Hatch Day, Smoky Dragoness. Anything planned for your special day? Trying to get your new PC today? Yo, nice! I should save up and get. I should save up and probably get a new PC of myself as well. For myself, I mean. Okay, for this once, I'll allow you to just go apeshit with the fart. Okay. It's your special day. Go have fun. Just don't try not to stink up the whole chat room. It's all good. Just for this once, you get to have fun. Right? It's all good. Okay, that should do. Oh shit, I messed up. Oh, why is it jank? A bit of stick is fine, never hurt no one. I don't know how I feel about that. Hey, what was the jank? I was controlling. Is something else controlling? Are you controlling it? No, you're not. Okay. Which bones are hurt? Which bones? This rotates according to the camera direction. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Oh, I had a feeling it was you. I had a feeling. Subtracted. You are not supposed to control anything. You know. I was like, why is it jank? There we go. And now we smooth it out and all is good. I don't want to smooth all active groups though. Yeah, about 3 iterations is good. So is this one. This one just smooth once. It's all good. 2 iterations. This should do. Hopefully no more jank. Yeah, since I'm not doing like a proper bone here, I didn't add like an extra bone to like for the knees and shit. So that's why it will contract like this. But I think for bare bones setup like this, it's pretty okay. It doesn't clip too much. It does contract a lot though, so you have to be careful. This is why I do it anyway, like most of the time. Like, it's not bad. It's not like brain-meltingly bad. But it kind of works. Whoa, flexible. You can easily remove bones and weight with the gradient 2 with weight 0. Gradient 2 and weight 0. Sorry, give me a second. I'm checking something just in case. Okay. Booba. Okay, Booba looks okay. Oh, I have one question though, because I always struggle with this. Shoulder just controls like this, right? So bicep controls everything here. On the left gradient too. Average smear gradient with weight 0. The gradient, yep, I could make after with unrealistic size boobs. You're not alone there. There is way too much. There's way too much bahonka hunkarus, like mega size badonka hunkarus out there. It's crazy. I know. You're not alone there. I want to make moderate size of booba. I don't just go apeshit with the booba size. So yeah. Nanok, did you heard badonka hunkarus? You have been summoned. Hi Nanok. How to use gradient tool? All booba is valid. I'm not trying to. Sorry if I do sound like I'm shitting on them, but no. All booba is valid. Do whatever makes you happy. All I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of huge, and I mean a pair of bahonka hunkarus, right, out there. So yeah. I like more natural look. Same. What do I want to do again? Okay, my brain is slowly melting. I think I did too much art today. Fuck. Oh, okay. All good. Who doesn't like a nice boba tea? Oh yeah, speaking of boba tea, I am craving for some boba fruit tea. It's not milk tea, a boba fruit tea. Okay, woo. And I'm sad my booba explode. What? That sounds dangerously painful and also life-threatening. Wait, booba exploded? That's doctor? Ambulance? Emergency? Wait, that's not right. Just seek help. Exploded booba is not. It's not good. Oh wait, you know, because there's no weight paint on the. Oh. Let's do some more weight painting. We're doing fixing here. There's context. I have silicone fig. Okay, prosthetics. They are external, and I slept on one wrong, and it broke after like 5 years. Oh no! Is it hard, and is it very expensive to find a new one? It's prosthetic though. It must be like fucking. It must be very pricey, because again, prosthetic. That's quite expensive to fix. Oh god. Shut up, Buttspot. No, Buttspot will not get shut up. It's not Buttspot, it's Yipbot. The sass on Yipbot today. Shut up, Yip. pay the dentist first. Should be easy to get a new one. It's just I need to pay that. Oh, it's working now. Wait, what? I don't get it. You know, I have auto normalize on. It should be fine. Auto normalize, and I'm just gonna one bone controls it. Oh, this one. This is a tail. This is the fluff bone. Add this. I'll try my best not to touch the big fur here. It's impossible, they're intersecting. To be honest, they're quite easy to get. I would like to get some that aren't from eBay this time, and maybe not AliExpress either. Should I get one? How pricey are we talking about that thing? I am slightly intrigued. Slightly intrigued, huh? I was looking at last time, they range anywhere from 40 to over 300. But my surf wasn't all that extensive. Maybe I should spend some time. That intrigues me a little bit. Hope I'm not being too weird here. What quality? Try some maybe. I don't know. No data was returned. I'm not gonna show this on stream. Don't worry. Oh, it says sorry, we can't find that page. Did she nothing? I'm not seeing anything. Maybe room plus I. Oh, I see. Okay, let me try again. This item's currently unavailable in your location, it says. Copy and paste failed you. It's okay. It says the thing is not available in my location. And I cannot show the page too because there were like 3 or 4 let's just say certain toys were shown. Right? And you guys can fill in the blank, right? You guys can fill in the blank. There were a certain toy. I don't know why. How does this work? No, because they are like stick together. You get the toys, how interesting. I should get more prosthetics. Oh. Oh. They just show me those toys. I don't know. I never used AliExpress before. I usually use Shopee or no. Recently I buy more things on Shopee, but that doesn't mean I can just buy toys like those. I can't. Too bad. Too bad. Wait. Too bad. Now everything should follow, I think. If I were to move every single bone. If I press again. Honestly, that's what I thought. This is the same issue that I had before. Don't worry, I have an idea. Can you just clear user transformers like this? Okay. Then go back. Either there's a dragon that makes some really nice ones, or so I hear. Don't we all? Also I hear. Oh. Yeah, that certain dragon is really good at making those things, huh? Alright, nothing is flying around now at least. I can go Beyblade. Alright, there we go. Oh yeah, didn't I? The tongue and everything should be following the head, right? Yeah, these. I just want to do this. The spin. Oh my god, look at the fox spinning. Those kind of protecting stitch, I just don't know where you specifically can get some. I have opinions on different kinds. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how am I supposed to get that. I'm just kind of curious. Is all. Okay, everything just follow the head. Just follow the head. This is easier, I think. Sorry, what did I do? Oh, I can just move? Sample weight? Gradient? And just like that, it is done. I should probably weight paint the eye as well, but the eyes is not parented yet. I'll do the eye in blend shape the last because I'll be using sculpting tool and I don't want to mess with the eye shape. I've been there before and it sucks. Okay, let's weight paint it. Let them follow the head. Oh yeah, they're not parented yet. This to this. I can parent with anti-group. Oh wait. Did I parent to the wrong thing? This to armature. Okay, yeah, there we go, there we go. Then now I can do this. Okay, you follow the head. Go! Wow, Gradient 2 is so good. Efficient, even. What is that? What? Okay, what is that? Why does it move the eye? Oh, is this the eye's origin? Or is it just like a mesh? Wait, what? I don't understand. I don't need to understand. At least now everything should work as intended. Right, how do I do backflips? Backflip. Oh. There's so many things to look out for. Oh. I'm getting hungry. It's only 6? I forgot the closest one. Let me save again. Okay, so back to blend shapes. Let me just close the armature for now. Yeah, the eye is technically not the same mesh for now, so every time I use the sculpting tool, I will not mess with all the thing. So for now, we're in good hands. I love elastic deform. I love elastic deform. It's so good. But for real though, elastic deform is pretty good. Give it a good old big smile. Look at that. Yeah, big smile. Give it the ah. Give it a big ah. Look at that. Big ah. Oh, this one looks kind of jank. I think it's showing too much here. Okay, you know what? Yeah, no. We don't show what's bad looking. We only show the good looking ones. Yeah, this one is obvious now, right? Looking like a mighty ah. Just go like Alright. Wait, what's upper jaw? That doesn't look like upper jaw to me. That looks like the whole head. This is what a suitor looks like when they take off the head. You just beware. Don't take off your head. E is like mega small. Okay, we open up small E, small mouth open, but big here. Go back. Right. Move down. A little. Okay, what the? Why is tongue selecting this one? There we go. So what the hell? Tongue. Oh yeah, I have to remove those. I forgot. Remove. Why is tongue selecting the whole lower jaw? I must have messed up somewhere. But you know what? This is okay-ish. Oh, because I assigned it just now. Okay, this is normal. No, not cute. Meet cute. Wow, Kobold. Kobolds are cute. Yeah. Remove. I can select. There we go. Wolfie's cute too. Nice. We just need to sculpt this one a little bit. This is sad. This is sad. Y'all heckin' cuties. Wow. I'll take it. I'll take it. Is this E enough? I don't know. E. This one, this part. Go back. I think just keep it like this, right? Just keep it vanilla. Like, this is E? Oh, I forgot about this part. I'm gonna get that double chin. the double chin when you do the R. You R, then you enhance your double chin. There we go. No more double chin. It looks like a frog now. Oh, yeah, let's fix the bases because this one doesn't make sense. If I fix the bases, I might shit my pants, but it's okay. It's worth. Just gonna soft this out a little bit. Okay. There, now it doesn't look like a frog. Ah, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, because I changed the bases, now it does this. But the rest should be okay. Yeah, the rest should be okay. And by the rest, I mean E. Re-smooth it, I guess. There we go. I mean, E is pretty much just like a smaller E. The E is just smaller A, sorry. Ah. Okay, I mean, we're onto something. I forgot about something. Oh no. Oh. I forgot about the bail on the tail. I was like, something's missing here. The bail tail, very important. This was make ling long ling long. The bail tail is what makes ling long ling long. Look at this. I gave her the butt bail and the tail bail. Very important things. Butt bail and tail bail. Okay, you know what? I think I kind of want to do this next time, or even like just saying you might see this model in action the next time I stream. Just saying, maybe, right? Maybe. But for now, I think I'm gonna take a break. I've been here for 6 hours. Yay! 6 hours. Didn't have much progress, but all I do. I mean, pretty much the things I did today is just trying to make the model looks good. Added a not a muzzle belt. Oh no, wait, look at why? Oh god! I'll fix it afterwards, don't worry. Wait, maybe. I will, not maybe. I see. Write that down, Why is that note has a blood on it? Should I be afraid? Yeah, but today I'll stop here for now. I'm just glad that I added this one. I think this is just a new form of sass. A new form of sass, and I kinda like it. Okay, not bad. And let's give it a good old shave. Okay. So next time, either I will do this, or I think I can just finish it off stream if I have the time. I feel like I'm so close now. It's just a little bit left. Blend shapes, and then bringing it to Unity, and that's pretty much it. So we'll see. No blood, just ruled lines. It's loose leaf paper, I swear. Are you sure it's just not a paper cut that went through? Yeah, I believe you. Don't worry about it, I believe you. Yeah. Okay, it's also getting dark, but it's okay. I'm ending. Stream's ending. Boom. Enjoying Street Fighter 6 music? I hope you are, because I am. Oh, let's listen to this one. You're glad that I'm just a kobold. Be glad I'm just a kobold. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here as well. Appreciate it. Also, I should say that. Oh, thanks again. Alright, I know I said this yesterday, but thanks again for the 1K. Actually, I reached 1K followers yesterday, so appreciate it. Thank you all. I'm still thinking on what to do. It's probably gonna take a while, so it's gonna take a while. I don't know what to do, but I'll slowly get to it, I think. I'll try my best. Just a kobold is still very capable of much chaos. I mean, I only cause chaos. I don't check things. Like how I ate asbestos. Gourmet. Let me check who to raid. Oh, Dazirus. Ooh, Dazirus? A kobold? Or ooh, there's this. Oh, hey, look, it's Flynn Remy. It's the Burble. What? What do you mean? What? It's gourmet. Trust me. It's good. Ask Wolfie. Yeah, pushing the responsibility. Yeah. Oh, she's playing Legend of Zelda. I cannot watch. I haven't played the game yet. I cannot watch when people play Tears of the Kingdom. I'm still so early on. I need to find a day where I can just play it. Must be a kobold thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's a kobold thing. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna raid Remy. Feathered Flynn. But I'll have to raid and run because I cannot look when people play Tears of the Kingdom. I cannot. Even the Zeros is playing Tears of the Kingdom as well. I need to find a day where I can play Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, I'm here. Let me just play. Oh god. Yeah. You know what? Thanks, Legs. I like. No, Nanok is joining. Oh no, you guys have too much power. Hey, let me just summon Bernie real. I'm just gonna summon Bernie for fun every time. Also just to show my coffee link. I'll dip. I need to finish the Zelda game myself. Alright. I'm just gonna raid and run. Run. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, I have a Discord. Pinky, hi! And the socials. How is the Pinky? Welcome. Oops. Were you lurking this whole time? Okay, na. Muscle memory. It's okay, I appreciate the help. Doing a bit tired? Ah, I see. It's okay. Like I said, if you're tired or anything, right, you're not obligated to stay to just stay on the chat of my stream. Go rest. Very important, right? I will say this again and again, right? I just appreciate y'all being here. That's it. A lurk or anything? Hell yeah. I haven't thanked my lurkers, to be honest. Lurkers, you're wonderful. Thank you. Keep doing your thing. And I love y'all for that. Okay, so I'm just gonna type in the array to rank. And I'll try to avoid spoilers as much as possible. I type in the array. Thank yous for streaming still. Thank yous for the lurk too, Pinky. Appreciate. Tried my streams wake me back up after 3 minutes or so. Oh god.
Please rise for the Kobold hymn. Yippee!
Oh. I did it! Yeah! Yippee! Again, I type in the raid. I don't know.
I
don't know if Wednesday I'll stream again. To be honest, I have no idea. But if there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. Right? Because I really can't say for sure if I can stream on Wednesday. It's either that I'll be too tired or I want to stream. I don't know. So hard to say. Wednesday is always like this, but if there is, it will be a surprise one. So yeah. We'll wait. But if it's like, okay, so here I guess I should say after after 10:30 p.m. my time, GMT +8, there will be no stream then, so that you won't be here waiting for too long, because I don't want you to wait too long. So much P must have a large play. Oh wow. Hey yo. Yeah, after 10:30, then you can announcement for if there's no surprise. It's a concept. because I don't want people to just wait here for too long. Time is precious. So yeah, after 10:30, confirm no storm. But if there is, I would definitely start before 10:30 then. So that I don't want people to just be here and wait for too long. But of course, there's also Discord saying that I'm streaming, right? If you want to catch up with my stream, the best way I would say is still Discord, right? I think I'm a little more active on Discord lately. I still have Telegram. I mean, I'm sure if you search my name in Telegram, you can find it. So yeah, I think that's all. I'll see if I can finish up.
https://discord.gg/h6bisboo6f.
That still works, right? Okay, Discord invite, it still works. Thanks, Pinky. Okay lah, I type in the rate. I'm ready to rate. That's a server. Let's rate Remy. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky. You too. Have a nice rest of your day as well. Appreciate. Well, I'm gonna take quite a lot of time to think about what to do and what to do for a 1k follower. That's a big number. I still cannot believe. So yeah, I'll try my best. I'll try my best. So before the raid, big number, big person, big Kobold. I'm not that big though. Okay lah. Before the raid, I'm gonna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. I'll be left to lurk anyways. Congrats. Thank you, Pinky. Thank you. Wow. I'm gonna bite the hand. Yeah, and here comes the raid to Feathered Flynn, who goes by Remy. I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm hungry. Birds have shinies as well, right? I'm sure birds have shinies. I'm rating her shiny. Her shiny's ours. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Lex. We're rating there. If you got left behind, that's the link. We'll be rating to Feathered Flint. But do beware though, she's playing Tears of the Kingdom, so if you want to avoid spoilers, maybe give her a deep lurk. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. I'll appreciate it. No? Oh yeah, I believe I should mention it. So like after the raid, it'll be best. I mean, if you want to lurk, it'll be great if you guys can click on their profile icon twice to whoever we raided afterwards. So you will be counted as a real viewer towards their channel. So yeah, in this case, do remember to double click on her profile icon so that you will be counted as a real viewer towards her channel. It'll help out, right? So love y'all, be safe everyone, see you guys on Thursday. Bye 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 bye.